Shabbat shalom, man. I had to put on the live stream.
Oh.
So say your greeting again because nobody heard it.
Well, we will. Shabbat shalom, everybody.
Hello.
They heard that one.
We love you, family. Mishpachah.
Shabbat shalom, everybody.
Oh, Shabbat shalom. How are you, Miss Roz?
I'm doing awesome. Some great things happened this week.
Well, hallelujah.
Shabbat shalom, man.
Yeah.
Mark.
How did y'all do? How did y'all do on your trip?
Oh, everything
Very
went
nice.
good.
How's it
Everything
going?
went well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Marcus,
Hey, Mark.
you're getting sticky there.
Slow motion.
Yeah. Mark is in slow-mo. I don't know. We might be slow-mo too. I don't know.
In and out.
There you go. You know, I did do some reading up for anybody that's interested, but I did go to StreamYard and read up on their analytics. And it says that StreamYard runs best on Chrome browser, that it's set up to run on Chrome browser, and that it has glitches in the Safari browser. So anyway, hey, Sandra, Sister Sandra.
Hey, Sandra.
Hello. We missed y'all.
Yes,
Hi,
we
we
did.
miss
Yes, we
you
did.
too. Welcome back.
Yeah. So anyway, we had a wonderful trip, and we got to melt in Puerto Rico. Dominican Republic was okay. There was some breeze blowing there. So we got to go plant coffee beans for area farmers in the Dominican Republic. We got to plant the seedling, the little seeds, so they could grow into seedlings and be passed out to area farmers there in Dominican Republic. So I think we planted 145 bushes that day. There was 40 of us. So anyway, it was fun. And it was hot, but it was fun. And then we got coffee beans, and there's Miss Phyllis.
Hey,
See,
Phyllis.
you are beautiful this morning.
Thank you.
You may not feel so beautiful, but you look beautiful.
Oh, thank you. You all look beautiful to me. I'm so. Oh, Tad and Mom are here.
Oh, that's
just
great. Yay.
I just wrote her a
Hallelujah.
letter. Yay.
Hallelujah. That's great. We've been missing them for a while.
Hey, Marianne, are you there? Marianne? Tad, are you there?
Can you hear us?
Oh, yeah, we do. There you are.
We're trying a different machine today, and we don't not quite know how it works. But we're trying here.
Well, we're just glad to be able to hear your voice. That's great.
There.
There you are. Marianne, I have to apologize. I know you've written me and I have answered, but it's hard for me to write, and I've been so sick. So I'm sorry. It just takes me a while.
That's fine. You are just beautiful to see you on there.
Oh, it's beautiful to see both of you. Tad, you're looking great.
Well, thank you. Everybody looks wonderful.
I'm so glad. That really made my day, seeing you all.
Well, thank you. We're still trying to figure out this darn machine.
Mom, you're going to have to show everybody the new spoon you've got. I bet that's what she's going to get.
I think she went to get it.
June and Joe may not know about the spoon. Do you know about the spoon, June? You do?
Oh, yes.
I do.
I have watched every live video
Oh.
on Mark's website, every video. I've not missed one. So I know, when I talk to people, I recognize them already. So it's like, I've watched every one. I've not missed one. Hallelujah.
I've watched every one. I've not missed one. Hallelujah.
You know,
Well,
you said that about the glitches on
You said that about the glitches
on Apple. Oh, there's an echo on here.
Apple. Oh,
Yeah,
there's
it came on with you, Roz.
Yeah, it came on with you, Roz.
Yeah, it wasn't there in the first place.
Yeah, it wasn't there in the
But
first
anyway,
place.
I'll go out and I'll come back in. But I'll be right back.
oh, whoops. Oh, there we go.
Do you have YouTube off, Tad?
Oh, no. I forgot
But
to
you're
do
not
that.
echoing. You're not echoing. It's just when Roz was here.
We disappeared. Oh, there we go. Turn that off, turn that off, turn that off. Whoops. Yeah. Now YouTube's off. I just don't
Roz,
know.
I apologize. They had YouTube on.
Well, that Roz just disappeared, didn't she? I'm going to go ahead and read from Psalm 68, if that's good with everyone. Elohim arises, his enemies are scattered, and those who hate him flee before him. As smoke is driven away, you drive them away. As wax melts before the fire, the wrong perish before Elohim. But the righteous are glad. They exult before Elohim, and they rejoice with gladness. Sing to Elohim, sing praises to his name. Raise up a highway for him who rides through the deserts by his name, Yah, and exult before him. Father of the fatherless and right ruler of the widows is Elohim in his set apart dwelling. Elohim makes a home for the lonely. He brings out into prosperity those who are bound with chains. Only the rebellious shall dwell in a dry land. O Elohim, when you went out before your people, when you stepped through the wilderness, Selah. He gives us his word. And we were talking about that this week, how his word is our manna. And when we're in the wilderness and we go to his word, he feeds us and he fills us up and it sustains us. And that's all we need in this life is his word. He takes care of everything. We don't have to worry about any of that. And I know that the things around us are, we see families broken up. We see people who have no love for him and no love for his word. And yet, even in that, we experienced on our travels people who they do not like it when you carry the word around. They do not like it when you proclaim his name. And they have no excuse. They have no excuse for it. And so, it was really sad to see that because you're condemned before. I mean, when you're sitting on deck of a ship and everyone is reading books, but you're reading this book. And then people come up to you, oh, do you get more from that because you're reading it on your vacation? We never take our Bibles on vacation. I mean, and then when you start talking about the word, they do not want to hear it, whether they're on vacation or whether they're sick or whether they're afflicted. But I was talking, I believe it was with Brother Chance, and we were talking about how a lot of times those people, as Yahuwah prepared Pharaoh and made him for his esteem and made him so other people can grow and come to him, the same thing he does with us, with the people around us. He has set people there so that we grow in strength in him and in his word and in trusting him. So we just walked away and just say, praise Yahusha. But, there were other people that did listen, and Yahuwah planted seeds. And we would just like to praise. I want you to remember a couple that we met, and their name was Dennis and Mary, and they were from Kenya. And they were Seventh Day. And when we sat down and started talking to them, the first thing they asked us, they said, why are you not eating pepperoni on your pizza? And we said, well, we go by the Levitical. And when we said that, they were like, oh, we don't either. And it just immediately opened up the scriptures. And we said, oh, do you know Yahusha? Yahusha, no. And so Yahuwah worked in that. That was like a 2-hour conversation. And they were willing to do the work. They were going home. They were going to study. And, so praise Yahusha for that. He works. So we have everything all around us working for him and for his esteem and his honor. So I would just like to praise him for that. Hallelujah.
Thank you so much for sharing that, sister.
Getting a lot of people asking about last night's song. That was The Consuming Fire is the name of it. The Consuming Fire by Branches of Yah. Branches of Yah. It's a good group. I got quite a few of their songs. But, that's a bluesy one. It's a good one.
It is. It's an awesome one. Can anybody hear Phyllis? I can't hear Phyllis. I don't know if I have to go out and come.
Oh, I had my mic off.
No, she's
I'm
there.
talking now.
No, I can't hear her. Do you want me to you want me to go out?
I don't know, man. I can hear it, both of you.
I can hear everyone here.
I don't know. It always happens between the two of us. It's weird.
Usually it happens when you and I keep going back and forth, but what do you want me to? Do you want me to go out, Mark, or come back?
I don't know. I can hear both of you, man. I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know.
Want me to
What-
refresh? Why don't y'all just
It's-
cut your mics off and I'll refresh and see what happens. Turn your mic off, Ross. Okay. Let me refresh. Okay. How we doing now?
Roz, can you hear me? Roz, can you hear me? Roz, can you hear me?
I don't think she can hear you,
There's Chance.
Phyllis. Hey, Brother Chance.
Still can't hear Phyllis.
Something weird going on.
I don't know about
Marco,
anybody else.
Can you hear us,
connections bad.
Can you hear us, Roz?
Ross?
I don't think she can. She's going to have to go out and start over.
I have 3 people dropped, man. What's going on here? Mark dropped. Who was the other one? Somebody else was on here. Ross, Mark, and somebody else. Having one of them funky days, huh?
Yeah.
Dad, Mom, what's up, Marianne? What you doing? Can y'all hear me? Yeah. Yeah, StreamYard did some kind of weird thing, and we've been having trouble ever since, especially with Apple
Well,
devices. But
it's not just Apple. It's
Now
my
you can probably hear it.
Apple,
Chromebook
it's my,
too.
Chromebook too.
I'm gonna have to go again.
I'm going to go again.
Yeah.
all righty. Can everybody hear me all right?
And everybody here,
Somebody
hear you.
has their YouTube still on.
We turned ours off. Can y'all hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we heard you.
yeah, we heard you.
Okay.
Somebody just echoed.
Like I said, we're trying a different.
Somebody just echoed. We said that.
Oh, here we go now. All right, everybody check their mics. And
I
let's
think
go
I
on.
had you. I think I had YouTube on, Mark.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. I was going to go one by one and find out who the culprit was, but since you confessed, we're good. Oh boy. Yeah, we're doing all right. See, Ross tries to figure it out and get back on there. We get started, I guess.
I don't know how long I'm going to last, but I'm going to keep trying. I'm only get like 1 bar here.
Oh, really? Are you on your phone, Mark? You on a phone?
Tablet.
Oh, okay.
Wrap your head up with foil, Mark.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Put one of them foil caps on, man.
Hi, Roz. Roz.
Hey, I'll see this. I'm trying it on my Chromebook and I went in on the Chrome. So
Well, we can
either
hear
it
you.
works or it doesn't.
We can hear you. That's a good thing. Can you hear me, Ross?
It's an echo.
Really? Yeah, we're not
Yeah,
hearing.
it's
I'm
an
not hearing
echo.
an echo. Is anybody else? Okay, maybe you have two apps on. You got two devices open or something, or YouTube still on?
Okay. I don't know. It does it when I'm on this computer where my YouTube doesn't cut off, but on the Apple, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you have to turn that YouTube off.
Yeah. I didn't realize it
I
was
can
still
hear you
on.
loud and clear, man. You're not echoing or anything. For me, anyway.
Well, yeah. I didn't realize that was on. That's what happened the first time when I was on, when I first came back and I used the Chromebook. So.
Yeah. Who else was on here? Somebody else was on just a minute. Who was it?
Everybody's here, Mark.
Everybody's here?
It's everybody.
Yeah, because we had 8 people and we've got 8 people now.
Okay. All right. Well, let's just go ahead and get started then. What y'all think? So we're in 2 Samuel. Probably should open my camera lens so you can see me. There we go. So we've been studying Samuel, and we're in 2 Samuel chapter 15, starting today. I don't know if we're going to have time to get through this book. There's 24 chapters, so I'm just planning on splitting it 5 and 5. Unless we blast through it, and keep going. But it's all about King David, right? Now, all of a sudden, it's all about his son. So his son's trying to take over his dad's throne and betray his father. And that's about where we ended last week. So who wants to, we might as well go ahead and get started, unless y'all want to listen to that song first. But seemed to have been a very popular song. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Oh, I was raising my hand to hear the song.
Yeah,
you
me too.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, why is Phyllis volunteering for 15? That's a very long chapter. Most of these chapters are fairly long today. Yeah, y'all want to hear that? We can hear it. Let me see if I can share screen. Everybody check their mics. We don't get any feedback. Let me see. Yeah. Might be able to share screen this. There we go. Ah, boy. Really? Did y'all freeze? Are y'all still with me?
We're here.
Okay. Something weird was going on. I
too.
don't know. It froze, but I think we got it now. There we go. 3, 2, 1.
From the heights of Sinai, the mountains shake, the sound of the name that the heavens make. A pillar of cloud to lead through the day, but the night reveals your majestic way. A wall of fire surrounding your own, a blazing light from the emerald throne. consuming fire, burn away the dross in our heart's desire. Set apart, the eternal King to the Creator of all our spirits sing. Glorify the altar, let the incense rise as your set apart flame falls down from the sky. You answered by fire in Elijah's days when the stones and the water dissolved in the praise. No idol can stand, no lie can endure. When the breath of your ruach blows, set apart and pure, your word is a hammer, your voice is a spark, shattering kingdoms and piercing the dark. You are the consuming fire, burn away the dross and our heart's desire. Set apart, the eternal King to the Creator of all our spirits sing. Purify the altar, let the incense rise as you set apart praise falls down from the sky. Not by human power, but by your great name in this final hour. Like a refiner's fire, come clean us within. Write your Torah on our hearts, wash away the sin. Let the fire fall. Let the fire fall. Answer from the heavens as your people come. You are the consuming fire, burn away the dross in our heart's desire. Set apart, the eternal King to the Creator of all our spirits sing. Purify the altar, let the incense rise as your set apart flame falls down from the sky. The fire brings light. The fire brings light. We stand in your truth. We're ready for the fire. Baruch atah Yahuwah. The first and the last. The flame burns forever. The shadows have passed. Hallelujah.
What a really cool song.
Lou really wanted everybody to know he really loves that song.
Who does?
Lou.
Oh, yeah. I figured he'd like it. A lot of guitar in there.
It's one of those songs, well, all of them I find that I can't keep still to, but that one I really can't keep still to. I'm dancing.
I'm over going like this, you know. But, you know, the lyrics is what blows my mind because it's really jives with everything we've ever been talking about. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Marianne, go ahead. Marianne, Mom, go ahead. Tad, go ahead. I think Mary Ann wanted to say something there, Ted. Hey, turn on your mic, man. Let's see where we at here. I don't know if I can help y'all or not. Let me see. Try to figure out how to turn on your mic, Ted. There you are. Get it on now.
Am I?
Mary Ann.
Yeah, there you are.
Okay.
Get on now.
I was just gonna tell you that all that fire and stuff, we've been surrounded by it here in Prineville. And luckily enough, it's not come into town, but it's all around us and still going. It's just big fires and a lot of smoke. Not good.
Well, sorry to hear that. I hope it doesn't come down into the town and hurt anybody. Y'all get a lot of them fires up there in the summer, do you? I know California does.
I know California does.
Somebody has YouTube on.
Somebody has YouTube on.
All right. All right. Echo, echo, it's still echoing, echo, echo, hear it? Echo, echo, it's echoing, echoing, echoing. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Did you hear? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Oh, that's Mark being a nut. Oh, okay.
There you go, Mary Ann. You can use it
Oh,
on
gosh,
some
she's
too.
got the spoon. I better straighten up now. All right. You shocked me on that one. You still got that spoon, but Ted, you better be sitting up here away from her. See how he's sitting up front away from her? You won't get that spoon upside his noggin if you don't straighten that. All righty. Who wants to get us started for today? Chapter 15, 2 Samuel. Chapter 15. Who wants to start us out? Go ahead, Jim.
And it came to be after this that Absalom prepared a chariot and horses for himself, and 50 men to run before him. And Absalom used to rise early and stand beside the way to the gate. And it came to be whenever anyone who had a complaint came to the sovereign for a right ruling, that Absalom would call to him and say, "What city are you from?" And when he said, "Your servant is from such and such a tribe of Israel," Absalom would say to him, "Look, your issues are good and right, but you have nobody from the sovereign to hear you." And Absalom would say, "Oh, that I were made judge in the land, and everyone who has any complaint or case would come to me, and I shall let right be done to him." And it came to be whenever anyone came near him to bow down to him, that he would put out his hand and take him and kiss him. And Absalom did this to all Israel who came to the sovereign for right ruling. And Absalom stole the hearts of the men of Israel. And it came to be at the end of 4 years that Absalom said to the sovereign, "Please let me go to Hebron and pay the vow which I vowed to Yahuwah. For your servant vowed a vow while I dwelt at Geshur in Aram, saying, if Yahuwah indeed brings me back to Jerusalem, then I shall serve Yahuwah." And the sovereign said to him, "Go in peace." And he rose up and went to Hebron. But Absalom sent spies throughout all the tribes of Israel, saying, "As soon as you hear the sound of the ram's horn, then you shall say, Absalom is sovereign in Hebron. And with Absalom went 200 men from Jerusalem who were invited, and they went along unsuspectingly and did not know the matter at all. Absalom also sent for Achitophel, the Gilonite, counselor of Daud, from his city, from Gilo, while he was bringing offerings. And it came to be that the conspiracy became strong, for the people with Absalom kept increasing. Then a messenger came to Daud, saying, the hearts of the men of Israel are with Absalom. And Daud said to all his servants who were with him at Jerusalem, rise up and let us flee, for none of us shall escape from Absalom. Go in haste, lest he overtake us quickly and bring evil upon us and smite the city with the edge of the sword. And the sovereign's servants said to the sovereign, look, your servant shall do according to all my master the sovereign chooses. And the sovereign went out and all his household at his feet. But the sovereign left 10 women, concubines, to look after the house. So the sovereign went out and all the people at his feet, and they stood still at the last house. And all his servants were passing on at his side, and all the Kerethites, and all the Pelethites, and all the Gittites, 600 men who had followed him from Gath, were passing on before the sovereign. And the sovereign said to Ittah, the Gittite, why do you go, you also with us? Turn back and remain with the sovereign, for you are a foreigner and also an exile from your own place. You came yesterday, and should I today make you wander up and down with us when I am going wherever I am going? Return and take your brothers back. Kindness and truth be with you. And Ittah answered the sovereign and said, as Yahuwah lives, and as my master and sovereign lives, in whatever place my master, the sovereign, is, whether in death or life, let your servant also be there. Therefore Daud said to Ittah, go and pass over. And Ittah the Gittite and all his men and all the little ones who were with him passed over. And all the land was weeping with a loud voice, and all the people were passing over. And the sovereign himself was passing over the Wadi Kidron, and all the people were passing over toward the way of the wilderness. And see, Zadok also came, and all the Luim with him, bearing the ark of the covenant of Elohim. And they set down the ark of Elohim, and Abiathar went up until all the people completed passing over from the city. And the sovereign said to Zadok, take the ark of Elohim back to the city. If I find favor in the eyes of Yahuwah, then he shall bring me back and show me both it and his dwelling. But if he says thus, I have not delighted in you, here I am. Let him do to me as seems good in his eyes. And the sovereign said to Zadok the priest, are you not a seer? Return to the city in peace, and your 2 sons with you, Achimaaz your son, and Jehonathan, son of Abiathar. See, I am waiting in the desert plains of the wilderness until word comes from you to inform me. And Zadok and Abiathar took the ark of Elohim back to Jerusalem, and they remained there. And Daud went up by the ascent of the Mount of Olives and wept as he went up. and he had his head covered and went barefoot. And all the people who were with him covered their heads and went up, weeping as they went up. And Daud was informed, saying, Achitophel is among the conspirators with Absalom. And Daud said, O Yahuwah, I pray you, make the counsel of Achitophel foolish. And it came to be that Daud came to the summit, where he bowed himself before Elohim, and saw Cushah the Archite coming to meet him with his robe torn and dust on his head. And Daud said to him, If you pass on with me, then you shall become a burden to me. But if you return to the city and say to Absalom, I am your servant, O sovereign, once servant of your father, but now I am your servant, then you shall nullify the counsel of Achitophel for me. And are not Zadok and Abiathar the priest with you there? And it shall be that every matter you hear from the sovereign's house, you should report to Zadok and Abiathar the priest. See, there with them are their 2 sons, Achimaaz, Zadok's son, and Jehonathan, Abiathar's son. And by them you shall send me every matter you hear. And Cushah, Daud's friend, went into the city, and Absalom came into Jerusalem.
All right, thanks, June. Okay, so we see a lot going on here. Some betrayals happening. His son is Absalom is trying to take over. He's making alliances. David flees from Jerusalem to spare the city from any destruction. And there's people making choosing sides with deep loyalty, some with betrayal. But the main thing is that that his son is sort of accumulating alliances through a deception, isn't he? Flatterings and deception. So what does that remind you of? Ross? Can't hear you. Get your mic on.
Sorry. What came to mind was how, and I can't think of his name, but in Esther, the book of Esther, how she had to go up there and he had to give it his scepter, and she had, that was how he let people up. That's what it reminded me of. Because if he didn't accept them and they just came up, he would kill them. They had to ask every time.
Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or ideas? Does it remind you of anything? What's going on here, Phyllis?
I was just extremely impressed with the judgment that Daud was making with each person that wanted to help him. He had a good, right ruling for them to do to help him instead of following along and being a burden. I was just really impressed with that.
Yeah. I'm surprised he left Jerusalem to spare the city, any destruction. Means it kind of got me there, but anybody else?
Well, he cared more about the people than he did his sovereignty, and he cared about his son.
Yeah, he was kind of like in between a rock and a hard place there, wasn't he? Go ahead, Ross.
Also, isn't that a form of fear that he left? not thinking that he has Yahuwah, because there's only so many that they didn't lose any wars when they were with Yahuwah. It was only when they didn't have Yahuwah that they would lose. So that was, to me, a fear of why he left. It wasn't just, it's also him thinking that, but that's thinking in fear about keeping his people alive in Jerusalem. But that's how I see it, is that he had fear.
Yeah, there may have been some fear for the city, destruction of the city for his son. I don't know. There could have been some fear involved there. But I think, kind of like what Phyllis was saying, that he was kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. Mm-hmm. And if it would have been anyone other than his son, you would think that he wouldn't have done that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I can see what you're saying there.
Yeah, because he could have used prayer as his weapon.
Yeah, he could have said, you would take care of this, and we did on Yahuwah. But he has a little bit of a tendency to try to fix things himself, and he always has, And so yeah, we can see him still trying to achieve things on his own accord, for sure. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I see that as part of a pre-type of the man from flattery, the false prophet that it talks about in Revelation. But also this is a result of the prophecy that Yahuwah promised him for what he did to Bathsheba's husband. This is the division in his household. This is part of Yahuwah's judgment upon him. So it's sort of like in Daniel where he said many will stumble to be refined is going on, what's happening here.
Yeah, you just nailed both of the things I was thinking myself, what I was asking about. But yeah, and so it does kind of remind you of the anti-Messiah, how he's going to come into power and all this and that by trickery and flattery and all this. But at the same time, you have to stop and why does this continue to happen with David and his family? Remember when we left off last week, we were talking about that. And then we said, well, it's not over. It's going to continue. And so here we see it now getting even worse than it was. And the son is actually trying to take over his kingdom and his throne. And so this consequences that the pain within his family here is continuing on from David's past family troubles with when he took that woman that was married to someone else, and then the son, the baby, the boy dies, and so forth and so on. So it coming back to get him because why? Because it was prophesied that it would. And so it is. And it's just getting worse and worse. And so David, in other words, David, who had a big family, rich, had a lot of stuff, a lot of wives, a lot of kids, preys on this little tiny lamb, this man, this good man with a wife, and that's all he had, this small little insignificant family. And David preys on him and takes from him all that he had, his wife and his life. And so this is why David now is suffering the consequences of that in his own family. And it's just getting worse, right? So that's where we're at. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions on this chapter 15? Sandra?
I was thinking we could also see how he says, Yahuwah said, a house divided against itself cannot stand. And we divide our house when we try to serve evil and disobey Yahuwah's house. When we disobey his commandments, we choose death rather than life. But it also shows the goodness and mercy that Yahuwah is showing towards Israel as a whole. Yes, you've done this sin. Yes, I am going to punish you, but in my compassion, he did send a way for deliverance for us through Mashiach Yahushua. So that's what we have to make sure that we have to strive lawfully. You can't just do it any kind of way. You got to do it his way, the obedient way. So I'm getting from you.
Yeah. Before I forget, Joel, I would love to let you in, man, but they won't let me because it says your devices, you're not connected. So usually when it says device is not connected, it means that your camera or your mic is turned off. So if you can like go in there and turn on your mic and your camera on and then try to come back in, I think I can get you in here then. But I can't do it because it's not letting me. It's not that I'm ignoring you. It just ain't letting me let you in. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I just kind of wanted to take what Sister Sandra said about, basically Daud knew he had it coming. That's basically what, and so rather than leaving the city out of fear, maybe he was leaving the city more out of accepting what his judgment is going to be and not wanting to cause any damage in the process, knowing this is what he has to accept. And he just doesn't want to cause any damage among the city or the people.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, he could be leaving just because he knows that's Yahuwah's will. And then why should I fight it? That's Yahuwah's will. His prophecy against me is coming true. So I'm accepting it. I'm going to skedaddle out of here until Yahuwah tells me what to do now. That could be too. That could be too. That's it may be even closer to the truth. Go ahead, Sandra.
I'll give all the esteem to Yahushua for all the things I said that are right. But I wanted to read, it says in 1 Samuel or 2 Shemuel, which is 2 Samuel, chapter 12, I think that's verse 12. For you did it in secret, but I shall do this deed before all Yisrael and before the sun. Thus it, we go up to verse 11. Thus said Yahuwah, see, I am raising up evil against you from your own house, and shall take your wives before your eyes, and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in the sight of all this sin. So this is what we're doing. Yahuwah is doing, he is working the garden still. He's working the garden.
Okay, you see there in 32, let me see, in 30, I mean, and David went up by the ascent of the Mount of Olives and wept as he went up. And he had his head covered and went barefooted. And all the people who were with him covered their heads and went up weeping as they went up. And then in 32, it says, and it came to be that when David came to the summit where he bowed himself before Elohim, he saw Hushai the Archite coming to meet him with his robe torn and dust on his head. What do y'all think's going on there? I mean, the Mount of Olives isn't that far away from Jerusalem, right? Maybe like a quarter of a mile. It's not that far. what's going on with David's not in the city, but he's right there on the Mount of Olives and he's barefooted. He's running around barefooted with his head covered up and crying. What's that tell us? Does that sound like he's fearful? Or does it sound like he's accepting his destination, we'll say? What y'all think? What's going on with King David right here? I don't know about y'all, but since we've been studying First Samuel and the Second Samuel, I got a whole different vision of King David now that I didn't have before. So I'm understanding him a lot more than I used to. I used to see him just as a sovereign, maybe Israel's greatest sovereign or whatever, but I'm sure seeing him in a whole different light now. Now I'm seeing him more like a human, just a mere human. Why would Yahuwah choose somebody like this, just a mere human? A young, short, weak lad that was a shepherd boy, put him up against a giant, the champion of the Philistines. He goes through all this. We've seen it. We all read it. And here we have it. Now he's running around, his head covered up, barefooted and crying, struggling. What's going on here with this guy? Go ahead, Sandra.
I see him as humbling himself at this point. Humbling himself. I see him as humbling himself and accepting his humility. Because in his humiliation, like Yahusha, in his humiliation, he became the deliverer. Yahusha humbled himself to the will of Yahuwah.
Okay.
Yadi de Yah, because of Yahuwah. I learned that last week.
Yeah. So there you went where I was trying to go. So remember David.
All the things to Yahusha.
David went to the lowest point in his life. Remember that? He took him down to the lowest point and then he came back up, right? And so this isn't his lowest point or his lowest place of humility, but think about what's happening here. He's up, he went up this mountain, his clothes in shambles, his head covered, he's barefooted, he's crying, he's obviously distressed. He's going up this hill to the summit of the Mount of Olives and then praying to Yahuwah. Is that not depicting Yahusha in his lowest point? It may not be King David's lowest point, but it definitely was depicting Yahusha's lowest point. Don't you think? A foreshadowing it, I should say. A type or a foreshadow of Yahusha's lowest point. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Tad, go ahead. Go ahead, Tad.
With him humbling himself like that and being barefoot and weeping, it just reminded me of Musha when he was before the burning bush. He said, do not come near here, take your sandals off your feet. For the place you were standing is set apart. But yeah, I agree with Sandra. He chooses the meek and humble, the weary.
Y'all have something else on, Ted, like a TV or something, or phone or anything at all? You have it. It's not really an echo. It sounds like a Kind of like a chamber. You're in a chamber or something. Is anybody else hearing that? Yeah, just a little weird. Seems like you're in a chamber or box or something. You know what I mean? Not really echoing, but sort of. Anything else turned on over there? No? Nothing else turned on at your house? No TV or nothing? YouTube's off, all that good stuff. Okay. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Sandra?
So this, Yahuwah, he is showing great love because he said he discipline those whom he loves. And if he does not discipline you, then you're none of his. But I thought about Aud during his situation. He was saying, I think it's a scripture in the book of Aud, which is known as Job. He said, yea, though you slay me, yet will I serve you. Hallelujah. In other words, this is the way he is trying to correct. He's doing this. Yahuwah is doing this to correct Daud. And hopefully Daud will learn Yahuwah's righteousness through this affliction that he suffered. Which I think he did.
Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions? Go ahead, Phyllis.
You asked why Daud, being a humble man that he is and a shepherd boy, because Yahuwah said Daud had Daud's heart was turned towards Yahuwah. He was a man after my own heart. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah. And also, through your weakness, he is made stronger, right? So Yahuwah has this tendency to choose the weak, the least of everyone, in order to show his might. So, in other words, if he would choose somebody that was great and strong and could deal with most anything himself, then he would be getting all the esteem. So Yahuwah chooses the weak, the inflicted, the poor in spirit, in order to magnify himself, so that everyone knows throughout the land it was Yahuwah that done it, not that weak person. You see what I'm saying? So, remember, he rejected all of David's brothers, all his older brothers, who were all taller, better looking, smarter, and stronger than David. David was the last one to be presented and chosen, because he was just a little skinny runt boy running around with a slingshot stuck in his pocket. And that's who he chose to magnify himself through that little weak shepherd boy. So, when we represent Yahuwah, we don't always have to be the smartest, the strongest, the toughest, the tallest, the best looking. We can be humble and meek, and let Yahuwah do it all, because that's what he really wants out of all of us. Right? And so, in other words, Yahuwah takes all the pride, all the ego out of the equation by choosing the weakest, less likely person to represent him. I've always said Yahuwah likes to scrape the bottom of the barrel. He likes to take those people that have suffered, who have sinned a lot, who are less likely for people to look up to and say, ooh, look how pious he is. I wish I was like him. That's not the type of people Yahuwah chooses, man. He always scrapes the bottom of the barrel, because it gives him all the esteem. When Yahuwah represents somebody to represent him, he chooses somebody to represent him, he doesn't choose the cream of the crop. I'm sorry. if you feel that you are chosen because you're the cream of the crop. But I got news for you. You're chosen because you're the least of them. And he generally will choose those who he knows will not take any of his esteem, that will give him all the esteem and not take any of his esteem for themselves. That's who he looks for. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was just thinking, comparing Saul with Daud. There's your perfect comparison: the tall, the handsome, the strong, the willful. The I'm going to take credit for myself versus Daud.
Yeah, that's the perfect example of it, right there. So men wants to choose people like Shaul. Yahuwah wants to choose people like little Davy boy, little shipper boy, the slingshot stuck in his pocket. The opposite of what man likes and chooses as their leaders is the opposite of what Yahuwah does. Right? So it's a very interesting, really concept when you really stop and think about it. So is there anyone and wonder why then that we're seeing David here and displaying this weakness? I mean, look everything he did. Even when he was took off his royal robe, he's dancing around in common clothes and singing and dancing and playing the flute in front of the Ark of the Covenant, acting like a nut job. So much so that his wife was embarrassed of him, right? And here he is, left his throne, really wanting to retaliate against his son, left his throne so that his son wouldn't be hurt, for the city wouldn't be destroyed and harmed. And now he's crawling around half naked with no shoes on and crying and on his knees, hands and knees, begging the master to help him. So you see what's happening here? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I wonder what his wife thinks of him now.
Yeah, you wonder. The only thing we remember, I don't think we ever get to hear from her anymore. Last we knew of her, she was barren. She ended up, she didn't have any children for the rest of her life. But I don't know. Like I think you were saying a few weeks ago that I think he just quit having anything to do with her at all anyway. That may be why she didn't have any children. Remember? But yeah, who knows what she's thinking. But she probably thinks, oh, I knew he was going to be a failure. I knew he was no good. And I knew he'd never make anything of himself. She's probably going crazy. Yeah. But that, like I said, man, the second half of 2 Samuel was all about David's demise anyway. We've seen him building up to being a great king, but now it's all down the other side, right? He's rolling back downhill now. Very interesting character, that's for sure. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Okay, who wants to read chapter 16? Who would like to read chapter 16? Chandra, go ahead.
2 Samuel chapter 16, or 2 Samuel, verse 1. Daniel had passed on a little from the summit and saw Seba, the servant of Mephibosheth, who met him with a couple saddled donkeys, on them 200 loaves and 100 cakes of raisins and 100 summer fruit and a skin of wine. And the sovereign said to Seba, why do you have these? And Seba said, the donkeys are for the sovereign's household to ride on, and the bread and summer fruit for the young men to eat, and the wine for the weary to drink in the wilderness. And the sovereign said, and where is the son of your master? And Siba said to sovereign, see, he remains in Jerusalem. For he said, today the house of Yisrael is going to return to the reign of my father, to me. And the sovereign said to Siba, see, all that belongs to Mephibosheth is yours. And Siba said, I have bowed myself. Let me find favor in your eyes, my master, sovereign. And when sovereign Daud came to Bakurim, he saw a man from the clan of the house of Shaul, whose name was Shimei, son of Geda, coming from there. And he came out, cursing as he came. And he threw Daud with stones, and all the servants of sovereign Daud and all the people and all the mighty men were on his right and on his left. And this is what Shimei said as he cursed, get out, O man of blood and man of Belial. And Yahuwah has brought upon you all the blood of the house of Shaul, in whose place you have reigned. And Yahuwah has given the reign into the hand of Absalom, your son. And see, you are in your own evil, for you are a man of blood. And Abishai, son of Zeruiah, said to the sovereign, why should this dead dog curse my master, the sovereign? Please, let me pass over and take off his head. And the sovereign said, what have I to do with you, you sons of Zeruiah? But let him curse, even because Yahuwah has said to him, curse Daud. And who should say, why did you do that? And Daud said to Abishai and all his servants, see how my sons have see how my son who came from my own body seeks my life, and how much more now this Benjamite? Leave him alone. Let him curse, for Yahuwah has spoken to him. If so be Yahuwah does look on my affliction, and Yahuwah shall return good to me for his cursing today. And as Daud and his men went in the way, Shimei walked all together with him on the hillside and cursed as he went, and threw stones at him and kicked up the dust. And the sovereign and all the people who were with him became weary, and they refreshed themselves there. And Absalom and all the people, the men of Israel, came to Jerusalem. And Ahithophel said to him, and it came to be, when Cushai the Archite, the friend of Daud, had come to Absalom, that Cushai said to Absalom, let the sovereign live, let the sovereign live. And Absalom said to Cushai, is this your kindness to your friend? Why did you not go with your friend? And Cushai said to Absalom, no, I am for the one whom Yahuwah and his people and all the men of Israel have chosen, with him I return. And besides, whom should I serve? Should it not be before his son? As I have served before your father, so I am before you. And Absalom said to Ahithophel, give your advice. What should we do? And Ahithophel said to Absalom, go into your father's concubines, whom he has left to look after the house. And all Yisrael shall hear that you have made yourself a stench to your father, and the hands of all who are with you shall be strong. So they pitched a tent of Fort Absalom on the top of the house, and Absalom went in to his father's concubine before the eyes of all Yisrael. Now the advice of Ahithophel gave in those young men was as if one had inquired at the word of Yahuwah Elohim. So was all the advice of Achithophel both to Daud and to Absalom.
All right, thanks, Sandra. So this is starting to sound like a Peyton Place or something here, isn't it? It's like a soap opera or something going on here at this point. But it's kind of weird, though. They're getting all this betrayal and everything going on, and then and all of a sudden they're considering this crazy advice here to be from inquired at the word of Yahuwah, but it was not. Yeah, so it just the plot thickens here in this chapter. Is there any thoughts, comments, or questions about it, Phyllis?
Well, I'm wondering. It was prophesied. Yahuwah said that someone else would go into his wives before all the public. So that he could have been following the advice of Yahuwah.
Yeah. So who was it that was supposed to go into David's wives and take his wife, have an affair with his wife? And that happened because he went in and took Bathsheba, right? So who was supposed to do that? Y'all remember?
It says, from your own house, and shall take, I'm raising up evil against you from your own house, and shall take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in the sight of this sun.
Yeah. So his family members.
A man's enemy could be they of his own household, Yahushua said.
We're seeing the division of David's household, his own family, doing these things. So yeah, this is fulfillment of the prophecy against David because of what he did when he destroyed that little family of a man and his wife, and a good man at that. So it just, the plot thickens. It's just continuing to get deeper and deeper into the prophecy of Yahuwah for David's, for what David did. And so I think, what do you think, David is thinking right about now?
I wish I hadn't enlisted for Bathsheba.
I wish I would have went to the front lines and fought that war, man. I'm sure that's what he's thinking. I wish I would have just went to the front lines, man. Got it over with. This is slow death, right? But interesting, it says here that it was his concubines. It wasn't his primary wives, so they were probably with him, I would imagine. So these would be the ones that were left behind, the concubines to attend the palace, right? So probably the primary wives were with him, as well as his most faithful, trustworthy servants, He seemed to have this little band of trustworthy servants running around with him all the time. Remember, it was 600 men, I think, then 300 or 600, I can't remember, but it was a pretty good sized little band that followed him around that were loyal to him. I'm sure his wives were among that group. Go ahead, Ross.
As you were saying it, it reminded me of Yahusha and the disciples.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
He's running around with his ones that are in an intimate relationship with him, the ones he trusted.
Yeah, Yahusha didn't just have 12 follow him around like people are misled to believe. He had a pretty good size group following him everywhere he went too. He lost them all at one point. He had to have at least 120 at the end, because 120 were in the upper chamber in Jerusalem waiting. Remember? On the promise of the Father. So we know there was at least 120 toward the end, but he had a really large crowd following him around, and then he lost them all but 12. Because he said, you have to eat my body and drink my blood. And it was so hard to understand, that teaching was so hard to understand, that they all left him. And nobody followed him after that anymore, except for them 12. Because then he told Peter, he asked Peter, "Are you going to go too?" And Peter goes, "Where are we going to go? You're the one that knows the truth, not us. We have nowhere to go." So he built it back up to at least 120, because that's how many was in the upper chamber, right? So we know he built it up that much. And then it says later on that day, after the outpouring of the Ruach HaKodesh, 3,000 were added to them. So that made 1,120 of them at that point. Go ahead, Joel.
Yeah, he probably got really popular after feeding 5,000 people.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what it says. They were following him all over the place as long as he was feeding them literal food. But then when you start talking about spiritual food, that blowed their marbles and they took off like jackrabbits, got out of there. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions as the plot thickens? David sure is facing a lot of betrayal at this point. A lot of spying going on, a lot of betrayal going on, a lot of gossip going on. It just seems to be gossip central here, pagan place, whatever you want to call it, pagan place. Pagan place.
Yeah, I like pagan place.
All right. All right. No thoughts, comments, questions on chapter 16. Who wants to take us and read chapter 17? Ted, go ahead.
Okay, hopefully we don't sound like we're in a box now.
No, you sound better now.
Okay, we moved machines, so. Okay, chapter 17. And Achitophel said to Absalom, "Please let me choose 12,000 men, and let me arise and pursue Daud tonight, and come upon him while he is weary and weak. And I shall make him afraid, and all the people who are with him shall flee. And I shall smite the sovereign alone, and bring back all the people to you. When all return, except the man whom you seek, all the people should be at peace."
Okay, hang on a minute. Do you believe what's going on here? Look at all the years that David ran from Saul. He's trying to kill him. And all of a sudden, his own son trying to kill him. He's on the run again. Is that not crazy or what? Why do you think David's running for his life? It seems like nearly his entire adult life he's been running for his life. Why? Well, why is that on this man? What does that remind us of? Are we running for our own life? Are we? I think it reminds me of me. I seem to be running for my life. Because if you love your life, you love this world, you're going to perish. So in a way, you got to run from your life, don't you? Matter of fact, spiritually, we're required to kill ourselves. You ever think about that? When you're water immersed and you go into the grave and you die with Mashiach, are you not killing yourself? Putting your flesh to rest? Burying yourself? I mean, think about it, man. So this depiction of David running for his life from Saul and now from his son may be depicting or foreshadowing what we do with our own lives. Maybe we can see ourselves here in David in this world. Let's go ahead and read on and see what happens. Go ahead, Ted.
And the saying pleased Absalom and all the elders of Yisrael. But Absalom said, now call Cushai the Archite also, and let us hear what he says too. And Cushai came to Absalom, and Absalom spoke to him, saying, Achitophel has spoken according to this word. Should we do as he says? If not, speak up. And Cushai said to Absalom, the advice that Achitophel has given is not good at this time. And Cushai said, you know your father and his men, that they are mighty men, and they are as bitter in being as a bear robbed of her cubs in the field. And your father is a man of battle, and would not spend the Lailah with the people. See, by now he is hidden in some pit or in some place, and it shall be when some of them fall at the first, that whoever hears it shall say, there has been a slaughter among the people who are following Absalom. And even he who is brave, whose heart is like the heart of a lion, would utterly melt. For all Yisrael knows that your father is a mighty man, and those who are with him are brave men. But I advise, let all Yisrael without fail be gathered to you, from Dan to Beersheba, as numerous as the sand by the sea, and that you yourself go to battle. And we shall come upon him in some place where he is found, and fall on him as the dew falls on the ground. And there shall be left of him, and of all the men with him, not even one. And if he withdraws into a city, then all Yisrael shall bring ropes to that city. And we shall put it into the wadi until there is not one small stone found there. Absalom and all the men of Yisrael then said, the advice of Cushai the Archite is better than the advice of Achitophel. For Yahuwah had established to nullify the good advice of Achitophel, for the sake of Yahuwah bringing evil upon Absalom. Cushai then said to Zadok and to Abiathar the priests, Achitophel has advised Absalom and the elders of Yisrael such and such, but I have advised so and so. And now send hastily and inform Daud, saying, do not spend this night in the desert plains of the wilderness, but pass over without fail, lest the sovereign and all the people with him be swallowed up. And Yehunathan and Achimatz were stationed at Enrogel, and a female servant would come and inform them. And they would go and inform sovereign Daud, for they could not be seen entering the city. But a youth saw them and informed Absalom. So the two of them went away at once and came to a man's house, and Bacharim, who had a well in his courtyard, and they went down into it. And the Asha took and spread a covering over the well's mouth, and spread ground grain on it, so the matter was not known. And the servants of Absalom came to the Asha at the house and said, where are Achimatz and Yehunathan? And the Asha said to them, they have passed over the stream of water. And they looked and did not find them, and returned to Jerusalem. And it came to be, after they had left, that they came up out of the well and went and informed sovereign Daud, and said to Daud, arise and pass over the water quickly, for thus Achitophel has advised against you. And Daud and all the people who were with him rose up and passed over the Yarden. And by morning light, not even one remained who had not gone over the Yarden. And Achitophel saw that his advice was not followed. So he saddled his donkey and rose up and went home to his house, to his city. Then he gave charge to his house and hanged himself and died. And he was buried in his father's tomb. And Daud came to Machanim, and Absalom passed over the Yarden, he and all the men of Yisrael with him. And Absalom appointed Amasa over the army instead of Joab. Now Amasa was the son of a man whose name was Yithra, a Yisraelite, who had gone into Abigail, the daughter of Nachash, sister of Sarua, Joab's mother. And Yisrael and Absalom encamped in the land of Gilead. And it came to be, when Daud had come to Machanim, that Shobi, son of Nachash, from Rabbah of the children of Ammon, and Machir, son of Amiel, from Lo Debar, and Barzillai, the Gileadite, from Rogalim, brought beds and basins and earthen vessels and wheat and barley and flour and roasted grain and beans and lentils and parched vegetables and honey and curds and sheep and cheese of the herd for Daud and the people who were with him to eat. For they said, the people are hungry and weary and thirsty in the wilderness.
All right, thanks, Ted. All right, wow. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on this one? Chapter 17. Kind of a turning point here, isn't it? So there was two plans to defeat and find David and kill him, and they chose the one with all the men, just go kill him alone and everything. And so what did them choosing that plan actually do? What was the results of that? What did that do? Sandra?
Looks like it gave Daud time to get set up for battle.
Yeah, it allowed King Daud time to safely cross over the Jordan and get to safety. But it also gave Yahuwah time to allow King David to escape and to save him. So this seems to be the turning point here. Everything's starting to go into the favor of David, back into David's favor here. He's got loyal supporters coming now with food and supplies, supporting him, and things are starting to take a turn for the better for him, for David. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Go ahead, Jim.
Yes, this passage, when they came to him and suggested this, this really shows Absalom's heart here. He didn't care that his dad was going to be killed. He could care less. But yet we keep seeing Daud over and over telling his people to be gentle with Absalom, even to the point to where he leaves the area to where he does not come face to face with him. And I just think that shows the absolute difference between him and his son right there, just night and day.
Is this predestination or predetermination, do you think? I mean, could his son, did he have a choice, do you think, in the matter to whether try to kill his dad or not? to rule. Let his dad rule the kingdom, and he can serve his father or not. Do you really have a choice in that? Or do you think this was predetermination? What do y'all think? Remember in Exodus where it said that Pharaoh was born for the exact purpose that he was born for? Not to let the children of Israel go. That's why he was born. So that Yahuwah could show his strength to the world and spread his name among the world. That's why Pharaoh was born. Does this apply to David's son, you think? I mean, it seems awful weird that a son is trying to kill his own dad, take over. Don't you think? I mean, I think we've all seen people fight over inheritance. You know what I mean? I've even heard people planning to inherit their parents' stuff, you know, before the parents were still even alive, you know. And it's kind of morbid to me, but I've heard it. People talk like that, you know. What do y'all think? Joel?
Yeah, he had daddy issues. He didn't approve of everything his dad was doing, and dad wasn't there for him, you know, that kind of stuff.
Was there jealousy?
He wasn't seeing the bigger picture.
Was there jealousy, you think, involved? Was he jealous of his dad?
Oh, yeah.
Was he greedy? I mean, he had some hidden motive driven by greed?
Well, his favorite thing to look at was himself in the mirror, so.
Ted?
I think it absolutely was predestination because nothing happens unless it's Yahuwah's will.
Somewhere in scripture it says that we can't even add 1 second to our lifespan. We shouldn't even say, let's go here or let's go there or let's do this. Let's plan on doing this next year, because we could die tomorrow or the second after we said that. Right? So it seems to me that planning our lives doesn't even come into the equation if it's against Yahuwah as well. Doesn't it say instead we should say, well, let's go do this if it's Yahuwah's will? Because then what are we doing? We're submitting and admitting that what we want, what we choose, what we wish, what we hope for doesn't mean anything. It's what Yahuwah's will is. So better go ask him, hey, what you want me to do now? Sandra, go ahead. You have your hand up? Who had their hand up?
Oh, I was going to say it sort of is a good example of how Hashatan comes against Yahuwah, comes against the bride. You know, he's plotting, he comes to steal, to kill, and to destroy. So it's sort of like a comparison of that, how Yahuwah is the creator of the good and the evil, but at the same time, the evil was already there. The light of Daoud, he brought darkness upon his household. So he kind of like set his household up for this, with this punishment. It's in Daniel chapter, I think, where he said many with insight were going to fail to refine them. So Daoud's failure is the purpose of refining Daoud, is what's happening here with this punishment. is what I'm getting. I think that's in Daniel chapter 11. When they're talking about the false prophet using flatteries and stuff. It says, verse, he said, those who have insight shall stumble to refine them and to cleanse them and to make them white until the time of the end. For it is still for an appointed time. So this appointed time, it's a scripture. I'm not saying it says that Yahuwah will perfect you, establish you, strengthen, and settle you when you're going through affliction. So those afflictions is for that purpose of getting us into that right mindset to do his will and to choose to do good rather than evil. It's a wake-up call.
Yeah, I mean, this servant here that sided with Absalom understood that, the tide was turning, and very unlikely that David would be defeated. And so the guy goes home, puts his affairs in order, and hangs himself. Why do you think he did that? Did he think that David would get back to the throne room and then have him arrested and executed? Or did he do it out of shame or despair? I mean, why did that guy do that? So it was in 1723. And he gave charge to his house and hanged himself and died. Well,
Maybe a little self-loathing.
Yeah. Jen?
Joe and I have been discussing this since this morning. And, it said everybody looked at him like his word was from Elohim. So maybe he just realized his words weren't from Elohim at all this whole time. And he had to face that.
There you go. Maybe he knew he was going to be found out as a false prophet and he's going to be stoned to death anyway or whatever. Go ahead, Sandra.
Well, I agree with Sister June was saying, and I was just going to say that the advice that Kushai gave was some kind of like stupid advice in comparison to the Akitophal's advice, but Yahuwah made it sound better, made the Kushai advice sound better than the good advice that Akitophel had given. So he knew, because if you listen to their advice, it didn't even make sense what Akushai said. But what made sense was what Akitophel would say, let's catch him now in his weakest state and get rid of him. So this here man went and hung himself because he realized that the wrong advice had been taken. And that advice was going to allow Dawood to escape rather than to be conquered. Is what I think is why he hung himself.
Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions on chapter 17? No, basically there was the two strategies that Sandra was talking about, and then came that secret warning. Then that dude suicide, and then David is in a safe camp or a refuge now, held up, and loyal supporters are providing food and bedding and clothes and anything else, type supplies that him and his weary companions are in need of. And so he's holed up now. Tables are turning, scales tipping in his favor. And that's about where we're at. Any thoughts, comments, questions? Who wants to read 18? Go ahead, Joe.
18. And David mustered the people who were with him and set commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds over them. And David sent out 1/3 of the people under the hand of Joab, and 1/3 of the hand of Abishai, son of Zeruiah, Joab's brother, and 1/3 under the hand of Ittai the Gittite. And the sovereign said to the people, I shall certainly go out with you too. But the people answered, do not go out, for if we flee away, they would not set heart upon us. Even if half of us die, they would not set heart upon us. For now 10,000 are like us. Therefore it is better for you to support us from the city. And the sovereign said to them, that which is good in your eyes I do. And the sovereign stood beside the gate, and all the people went by hundreds and by thousands. And the sovereign ordered Joab, the Abishai, and Hittai, saying, be gentle with the young man Absalom for my sake. And all the people heard when the sovereign gave all the commanders orders concerning Absalom. So the people went out into the field to meet Israel, and the battle was in the forest of Ephraim. And the people of Israel were smitten there before the servants of David. And the slaughter there that yom was great, 20,000. And the battle there was scattered over the face of all the land. And the forest devoured more people that day, that yom, than the sword devoured. And when Absalom met the servants of Daud, Absalom was riding on a mule. And the mule went under the thick branches of a great terebinth tree, and his head caught in the terebinth. And he was suspended between the Shemual and the Retz, while the mule which was under him passed on. And a certain man saw it, and informed Joab, and said, look, I saw Absalom hanging in a terebinth tree. And Joab said to the man who informed him, now look, you saw, and why did you not smite him to the arrest there? Then I would have given you 10,000 of silver and a belt, 10 pieces of silver and a belt. And the man answered Joab, though I were to receive 1,000 pieces of silver in my hand, I would not raise my hand against the son of the sovereign, because in our hearing the sovereign ordered you and Abishai and Ittai, saying, take heed, you who go against the youth, against Absalom. Otherwise I would have been untrue to my own life. For no matter is hidden from the sovereign, and you yourself would have set yourself against me. And Joab said, let me not waste time here with you. And he took 3 spears in his hand and thrust them through Absalom's heart, while he was still alive in the midst of the terebinth tree. And 10 young men who bore Joab's armor went around and smote Absalom and put him to death. And Joab blew the ram's horn, and the people returned from pursuing Israel, for Joab had held the people back. And they took Absalom and threw him into a large pit in the forest, and heaped a very large pile of stones over him. And all Israel fled, each one to his tent. And Absalom in his lifetime had taken and set up a monument for himself, which is in the sovereign's valley. For he said, I have no son to keep my name in remembrance. And he called the monument after his own name. And to this yom it is called Absalom's monument. And Achimath, son of Shabbat, said, please let me run and take the news to the sovereign, for Yahuwah has avenged him of his enemies. But Joab said to him, you are not the man to take the news today, but you shall take the news another yom. But today you do not take news, because the sovereign's son is dead. And Joab said to the Cushite, go, inform the sovereign what you have seen. And the Cushite bowed himself to Joab and ran. And Achimath, son of Shaddog, said again to Joab, and whatever might be, please let me also run after the Cushite. And Joab said, why would you run, my son? There is no news to bring you reward. And whatever might be, he said, let me run. So he said to him, run. And Achimath ran by the way of the plain and passed the Cushite. And Dual was sitting between the two gates, and the watchman went up to the roof over the gate to the wall and lifted his eyes and looked and saw a man running along. So the watchman called out and told the sovereign, and the sovereign said, if he is alone, there is news in his mouth. And he came nearer and nearer, and the watchman saw another man running. And the watchman called out to the gatekeeper and said, see, a man runneth by himself. And the sovereign said, this one is also bringing news. And the watchman said, I see the running of the first is like the running of Achimath, son of Shaddog. And the sovereign said, this is a good man, and he comes with Besorah. And Achimath called out and said to the sovereign, peace. Then he bowed down with his face to the arrest before the sovereign and said, blessed be Yahuwah, your Elohim, who has surrendered the men who raised their hand against my master, the sovereign. And the sovereign said, peace to the young man, to Absalom. And Achimath answered, then Joab sent the sovereign's servant and me, your servant, and I saw a great throng, but I did not know why. And the sovereign said, turn aside and stand here. And he turned aside and stood still. And see, the Cushite came, and the Cushite said, receive news, my master, the sovereign, for Yahuwah has avenged you this yom of all those who rose against you. And the sovereign said to the Cushite, peace to the young man, to Absalom. And the Cushite answered, let the enemies of my master, the sovereign, and all who rise against you for evil be as that young man is. And the sovereign was shaken, and went up to the room over the gate and wept. And as he went, he said this, oh, my son Absalom, my son Absalom, if only I had died instead of you. Oh, Absalom, my son, my son.
All right, thanks, Jeff. Okay, so wow, huh? So the boy dies, gets killed. I mean, his hair, remember, he was real handsome and his hair was real long and thick. And they get it cut once a year. The hair would weigh 5 pounds. And his hair seems to be as Mai's hair as he gets it tangled up in a tree branch. He's hanging there alive. And then they come on him and they take 3 spears and thrust them through his heart. And while he was still alive, hanging there, and end up killing him. And but you know, King David's response to me is remarkable. That even though this boy was betraying him, took everything from him, ran him off, had him on the run, all kinds of stuff, messed around with his concubines. You know, David was shaken, and he goes up and he weeps for the lad, and then it says, oh, my son, Absalom, my son, Absalom, if only I had died instead of you. Oh, Absalom, my son, my son. It seems like he would have given his life. But the thing that strikes me here is that if David felt that way, why didn't he just allow himself to be captured or killed so his son could take the throne, if that's how he truly felt? So did David really feel like that? Or was this part of an overwhelming, you know, he was overwhelmed by the death of his son to the point where, you know, he was just saying that he just really didn't truly mean that. I mean, we saw this kind of same attitude applied towards Saul too, didn't we? So what's going on here? Is this how David really is? Is this how he really felt? If so, why didn't he just surrender or let himself be captured and killed so his son could take the throne? What's going on here? Joel?
I guess my take on it is that he's truly, he's that man after Yahuwah's own heart, and he truly has a sense of compassion for others.
Yeah, there's no mistaking that David has got some very intense emotions here, intense, heartbroken grief for his betrayal, his Judas son, or his rebellious son, whatever you want to call him. I think maybe this, at the end here, in 33, maybe how he was feeling, but if it went under the gun, I don't think he would have chosen to surrender and give his life so his son could take his throne. Why? Why not? I mean, obviously, there's some intense heartbreak here. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Isn't Absalom also the son of Bathsheba? So he's lost both two sons over his sin.
I can't remember if that is or not. Go ahead, Talitha.
I was one. Oh, sorry. Hang on. I have it. Hang on. I have to just turn off my phone. I was wondering if it has to do with also that, like, Dawood, he's always, seeking Yahuwah for answers. And so if Yahuwah wasn't saying that Absalom should be the next king, then he can't just give him the throne like that, I would think. I don't know. That's kind of what I was.
Oh, yeah.
That he, maybe he did love his son in that sense that he would have given up, but if that wasn't what Yahuwah wants, then his first priority is what Yahuwah says, basically.
Yeah, that's right. That Absalom was not Bathsheba's son. That was a different. That was McCall or whatever. But Bathsheba's son with David was Nathan and Solomon, and then the one that died, Shemuel or whatever it was, the boy that died. So they
Thank
knew.
you.
I don't know if David at this point, though, is establishing Solomon as his heir or not. Did he already do that with Bathsheba or no? David Solomon wasn't born yet, was he? I can't remember now exactly where that timeline is. Go ahead, Sandra.
It's in 2 Samuel chapter 3. It says that Absalom is the son of Maacah, the daughter of Talmai, a sovereign of Geshur. So that's probably why he ran to. Remember when Absalom went to Geshur after he killed what's that other boy's name that slept with his sister? Adonijah, son of Calgith. So
that was his full-blooded sister. I mean,
Absalom had fled to Geshur because his mother was Talmai. She was the daughter. Her father was sovereign of Geshur. That's Absalom's mother. It's in chapter 3. It says, and third son of Makkah, the daughter of Talmai. Talmai was the sovereign of Geshur. And that's where Absalom had fled to Geshur after he killed Adonijah. Because his, looks like his Talmai was the sovereign of Geshur, and Makkah was his wife, was his mother. Talmai's daughter.
Shalomah is mentioned after Daud got into Jerusalem, it says in chapter 5, verse 13. So that's where you see the other sons that was born to his concubines, and his wife was after he came in from Hebron. So that's chapter 5, 13.
Okay.
Okay, so Solomon was born before Absalom died, in other words. So does that mean that he was trying to steal Solomon's inheritance? His heir, being the heir of the throne? Is that what he was up to?
He was just performing his predestined, like you said, that he was predestined. The evil that he was performing the evil that Yahuwah had placed upon the punishment of Daud. He was just doing Yahuwah's will. That's what he was raised up for. After Daud sinned. I think there's a scripture in there that we just read in that chapter, that so that he could bring evil up on him. Upon 18. He just read.
Yeah, I think we'll have to read on, but I think this Shalom, he killed his older brother, which was actually his half brother, because he raped his full-blooded sister. Remember that? And so I think since he killed that Ammon, or wherever he was, the firstborn, that that made him the next in line to take the throne anyway. So it seems like he was trying to take the throne a little bit early. You know what I mean? He was trying to take into his on his own accord to kill David, so he could take that throne early, and instead of waiting on David's death and Yahuwah's timing, like David had done with Saul. This boy was wanting to kill his daddy and take that throne right now. He didn't want to wait for it, so he was kind of jumping the gun. So he gets killed, and then there's another boy ahead of Solomon, and Solomon was born when he was a boy, and then this other one was in line, and something happens to him. He gets killed, and then that's when Solomon. No, he doesn't get killed. That's right. He does. We're going to get into that, but he does. He starts plotting the same thing, to take over the throne or whatever, and then that's when David and Bathsheba, appoint Solomon as the heir over top of that other guy. And I don't remember what happened. We'll have to keep reading to find out all that, but that's how that went. Go ahead, Phyllis.
What's up with these runners? There must be some significance to that.
And what? To what?
The runners, the messengers that wanted to run and tell Daud the message, and then the one runner had a chance to do it, but he didn't do it. And I'm just real confused about what was their motivation.
Well, they were, some of them were spies. Some of them were just messengers that take a message of the king to his general, whatever. But some of them were implanted spies. Just depends on who they were, I guess.
No, I meant between the Cushite and the other one. one, the Achaemenids, he wanted to run. Okay, Achaemenids wanted to be the one to run, and so he was told, "No, you're not the one to bring the message." So then he had the Cushite run, and Achaemenids overtook him, got there first, and didn't give the message.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Anybody got any thoughts on that?
We thought maybe it was just to soften the blow that to come, because seemed like the first runner, he was a servant of Daoud, so he kind of wanted to deliver the news just softly before the second runner showed up and told him exactly what had happened. It's kind of what we were thinking here.
That could be kind of like it would be best to hear it from you rather than him, right? Type thing. And they're like, I don't want to do it. Well, it'd be best to hear it from you than him. So you go do it, deliver the message or whatever. I don't know if there's any spiritual significance to that or not. I'm not really sure. Unless you want to compare it to, like the Archangel Michael compared to Satan or something, or one of the demons delivering a message. I don't know. Anybody else got any thoughts about that or anything else about this chapter? I don't see anything else here jumping out at me. Anybody else? Chance, go ahead.
I keep revisiting the place here in chapter 18, verse 9, where Absalom's head gets caught in the tree and he hangs from a tree, like, curses every man that hangs from a tree. This is like a sign that Yahuwah has cursed him, and it's like his curse, a judgment upon him. And then just before that, it says the battle there was scattered over the face of the land, and the forest devoured more people that Yum than the sword. So it's like Yahuwah's he's right there assisting Daoud in this battle against his son. Do you think him being hung on this tree like this is like a sign of he curses every man that hangs from a tree?
I don't know. I mean, hanging there by his locks, of his hair.
Because they came to him and threw 3 spears into his heart. That's like,
yeah,
that's a whole big deal.
All right, they sure did that. Yeah, I don't know, man.
I know
he was killed by the pride of his hair. The pride of his hair is what killed him and got him hung in that tree. He was all proud of that hair. That's the same thing he died by.
Well, they could have cut his hair and got him down or undangled it, whatever. But they didn't. They stuck him in his heart with 3 spears.
The real spy in the group, you are.
So I don't know. I mean, the pride of his long hair had something to do with him getting stuck in that tree, and then found by his enemies and killed for sure. But I'm not really seeing a lot of significance there with what Chance is saying, but I just don't know. I'm not seeing nothing personally. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Chance, I'm probably going way out on a limb here, but do you think that's possibility of the forest devouring more men than the sword? Do you think that there could have been an encampment of angels, messengers in the forest to take them out?
You know, it's interesting, Sister Phyllis, that verse there. You know, there's no telling, could they have fallen in pits or trees fell on them? You know, it's just really interesting that it says more people were devoured in the forest than by the sword. So it's a clear indication that the hand of Yahuwah was there. You know.
Go ahead, Roz.
I think it was animals that took them down. It said devoured. So the animals probably were coming after them, because Yahuwah uses everything. He uses, everything that he's created to do whatever his bidding is at the time.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of things going through my mind about all this, but I just nothing concrete. Nothing that I can really grab a hold of and say I think this means that or whatever. But I don't know. Joel, you got something, man?
I was thinking when Chance said that I think in this age of clear cutting, we don't really understand what forests can look like. But I've been across some forest land that's been cleared where the cedars were so thick that nothing ever grew back afterward, and it almost looked like Arlington Cemetery as far as you could see all these silver stumps. And that's in like Upper Michigan. And I even measured off one stump that was 27 feet across. People just don't realize how thick forests can be. But for Absalom, I was thinking that you might even say that all that spare hair was a snare.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially back then. There were more wild beasts and all kinds of different natural things that could kill a person in the forest or jungle, whatever. But even today, you got all kinds of stuff that can kill you in the forest. Most people, I'd say the average person, would not survive in the forest or jungle, especially on their own. Go ahead, Ross.
Could it also be that maybe the forest, because alludes to trees, and trees are people in scripture, could it also be like a battalion? That was kind of like what was just coming to me.
Yeah, if it was, it would be a spiritual.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, a literal here. Definitely a literal, meaning here for sure. Go ahead, Tad.
I was just wondering about the discussion about his hair, because when I go back and read in 18 verse 9, it said, when Absalom met the servants of Daud, Absalom was riding on a mule, and the mule went into the thick branches of a great terebinth tree, and his head caught in the terebinth. Didn't say his hair. And he was suspended between the Shamayim. But the other thing I wanted to mention was I kind of agree with Sister Phyllis, but I don't know if it would have been like a battalion, because it says in 2 Kings that one messenger of Yahuwah went out and smote in the camp of Asher 185,000 by himself.
But would that be with the sword? I mean, I just was just rethinking my question, because if a messenger was to smite, they usually smite with swords or not.
Good question.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how his head could have been there and not wrapped up in all that long. This guy had hair that was real long and real thick, right? And he'd have it cut every year, and the cuttings weighed 5 pounds. That's how much his hair he had, and so that's why it says head, but it seems to be. I mean, unless his head went in between two forks of a branch or something, he was hanging there by his head. And I mean, I can't hardly see that. It seems like he could have got away if that was the case. If his hair was all wrapped up in it, maybe then he wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. I don't know. But I don't know. I'm not, I guess, what was that other thing you were saying? He killed how many men by himself? Where was that written at?
2 Kings 19:35.
2 Kings 19. $19:35, and it came to be in that night that the messenger of Yahuwah went out and smote the camp of Asher 105,000, and they rose up early in the morning and saw all of them dead bodies. Yeah, I don't know, but I think it was with the sword, but I can't remember what that was. Let me think about that one. In the meantime, go ahead, Rose.
What came to me too was terebinth is an oak tree. An oak tree doesn't really, I mean, I look at the live oaks that we have here. That wouldn't catch up the hair because it doesn't have like thorns and thistles and everything around it. The limbs are really clean. So I don't know. What if it was a mistranslation that it wasn't a terebinth tree? Because I don't know, it just struck me.
Yeah, it almost has to be his hair was wrapped up in the branches, man.
Picture an oak tree and it doesn't catch up things like that.
Yeah. Well, I think any tree could catch up something, with the branches. There's all different types of oak trees, but I think any tree, really, I mean, it was, his head, includes his face, his eyes, his mouth, his eyes, his ears, his hair, everything that's on that head. When you say head, you're generalizing everything's attached to that head. It's good. It's not being specific of the components that make up the head. And so it could be any of the components. He could have something stuck through his cheek or something going out the other side of the cheek or something, who knows?
Mhm.
But because we know that this man's hair was a phenomenon, and it's mentioned as that because he had to have it cut every year, and it was so long and thick it weighed 5 pounds. We would assume that he's stuck there hanging by his hair. At least for me, it is. I mean, as a child, I climbed a lot of trees, man, and I don't know how you could hang there between a fork of a branch by your head and not be able to get off,
Mhm.
unless your body was paralyzed or something. I don't know. You big any thoughts or comments or anything on that? But the one thing that you guys were talking about, Phyllis and Tad, with these 185,000, it just basically is that really giving us. If you read it, there's no mention of a weapon of a sword or anything like that. I always assumed it was with a flaming sword, but that's just an assumption. It doesn't really say, so we can't say for sure how this angel or messenger went out and killed these people, but we can assume that this was some type of supernatural act of Yahuwah that killed 185,000 people. I mean, all Yahuwah has to say is die, and they're all going to drop like flies, right? So we can at least agree to this being some sort of a supernatural act,
Mhm.
not really pinpointing any type of human weapon or anything, nothing specific like that. It doesn't say that. Okay, so any other go ahead, Tad.
I just wanted to mention real quick that when we were reading that, just like Chance had mentioned, that his head got caught. That's the first thing that I thought about was, that it cursed is the man hanging in a tree, and you can't leave him overnight. That's the exact same thought that I had. So I think it's just my opinion that there's something spiritual, some meaning there.
Yeah, there could be. That could be some type of spiritual, suggestion. I'm not saying it isn't, but what I'm saying is he wasn't dead. So leaving somebody hanging on a tree or stuck to a stake, such as a Roman executioner stake or something like that, and they've died, you can't leave them there when dead. In other words, if somebody's hanging on a tree or stuck to a tree, okay, and he's not dead and he's still alive when the sun goes down, ain't nothing wrong with that. He's still alive, man. But if he dies before the sun goes down, then you got to get him off of there. Otherwise, a curse would come on the land of Israel as a whole. See what I'm saying? So he would have been dead. But is there a spiritual foreshadow here or something? Application? Maybe. I don't know. Anybody else? Chance, go ahead.
On the deeper matter, what I was looking at is Absalom is the son of Dawood, and sometimes Yahusha is also called the son of Dawood. And it's just interesting that this man was hanging by his head off a tree and was pierced with a spear, and Yahusha was hung on a tree and redeemed us from a curse and was pierced with a spear. So it's just really, that's where my mind's going here, is if there's some kind of higher level of understanding to this. If I'd have to reread this over a few times, but that's kind of where my mind was going here with all that.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a foreshadow of that. I'm not saying it isn't, but I just know he wasn't dead. Rick says that he's always felt, because it doesn't really say. So we can all, our minds are going to give each one of us a different type vision on this, because it's not real specific, and a lot of things are like that in scripture. But I always felt his head got stuck in a forked branch and he was knocked loopy. And so could have been knocked out and loopy, or even paralyzed, hanging there with his head stuck between a fork. Who knows? It doesn't really say, does it? The first thing that popped into my mind was he was hanging there. His hair got all tangled up in there, because it does explicitly mentions his hair as being something abnormal. Remember when we were talking about that? And we said somebody said that reminds me of Samson. I think it was Ross. Somebody said that. Remember when we were talking about his hair? And so it definitely is something that was explicitly mentioned as being abnormal or a phenomena type situation. And so that's why that came to my mind, was that all that hair of his got tangled up in the branches and he was hanging there by his head, which made sense to my mind. But like Rick saying, he thinks, he always saw him as stuck between the forks, hanging by his head, knocked out or loopy, maybe even paralyzed. That could be too, because it really doesn't say. It doesn't really matter that much. The bottom line there is he was trapped, and his enemies came upon him and seen him caught and trapped in that tree, and they stuck 3 spears in his heart and killed him. And going against the wishes or the orders of the King David. He told them not to do it, not to spare him, not to kill him, but they did it anyway. That's the main point here. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions? Go ahead, Joel.
Yeah, if you saw the oak trees around here, Raz, you would know that it was definitely pretty easy to get in a tangle with them.
Ay. Go ahead, Chance. You got something?
Yeah. This whole thing that we're talking about here, it seems that is, Yahuwah delivered him up, because, right under it says, and he was suspended between the Shemaim and the Eretz while the mule was under him, and it passed on. So he's probably sitting there in his hair and his head tangled there, and he can't get down from that tree anymore, because if he drops off of that branch, he might break his bone. So he's probably just sitting there like, he's been delivered up. Yahuwah delivered him up to him, and his mule passed on, and he was probably just sitting there dangling, because if he tried to free himself, who knows his situation. But it's interesting.
Yeah, but he couldn't have been up that high. I mean, he was sitting on the back of a donkey, man, a mule. He couldn't have been more than a few feet off the ground. I've done a tremendous amount of horseback riding in my life. And I used to go through the forest on trails, and not even with trails, just weaving in and out of the trees and stuff. And a lot of times I'd come to a branch, and if I wouldn't have ducked, my head would have hit that branch. And fortunately enough, I had a really good horse, and he would actually, when he would go under a branch like that, he would stop and kind of look back at me until he saw that I ducked down, and then he'd go under the branch. So I can kind of understand what it meant for this mule to be running through this forest, and him to get tangled up in them branches, and the mule keep running, and he got stuck, and he's hanging there. So that's what I foresaw in my mind when I read that. And then, to me, there's no way that could happen unless, like, Rick was saying he got knocked out or something, and he's not really coherent, and he's just kind of hanging there by his head in between two forks. Other than that, the only way that could happen is if his hair was tangled up in it, or maybe clothing, some type of clothing he had on his head is tangled up in it. Whatever, it doesn't really say. We can speculate all day long. Anybody else? Go ahead, Joe.
Something that I don't understand, Mark. It says that Uab took 3 spears and put it through his heart. And then it says in 15, 10 young men bore Uab's armor, went around and smote Absalom and put him to death. How could you survive 3 spears in your heart?
Yeah, I noticed that. That's kind of weird, isn't it? So here he is. Let me not waste time here with you. And he took 3 spears in his hand, thrust them through his heart while he was still alive in the midst of the terebinth tree. And then 10 young men who bore Joab's armor went around and smote Absalom to put him to death. So, that had to happen really fast. Like say, so he was alive. He's hanging there alive, right? They stick 3 spears into his heart. And so maybe he's got a couple of minutes or even 30 seconds or whatever. Maybe he's just hanging there twitching or something. He's not quite all the way dead yet. And so these men went up there and just started sticking him with swords or whatever to finish him off and get him, at that point, they would be relieving him. It would be a mercy, They were being merciful to him, putting him out of his misery at that point. That's the way I take it. So he was twitching. He was still a little bit alive, maybe still feeling some pain. And these 10 young men decided to take him out of his misery and finish him off. Instead of rather let him just hang there and bleed out and die on his own. Kind of a mercy killing. That's the only thing I could say about that. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I think it was more to hide who actually did the final blow. It was so they couldn't say this one or that one actually killed the young man. So it would be hidden between 11 different people. How can you, tell who killed him?
Well, that could be too. Go ahead, Ross.
Chance, did you say that his head would be kind of like being served on a platter? That's what came in my head when you were talking. Just like Yehokanan's head was removed and put on a platter. That's kind of like what the tree is if his head, because they kept saying about his head, was hanging. And that it was almost separate. I mean, I know he was still alive and everything. That I'm not meaning that he was gone, but it was served on a platter for them to be able to go and do it.
That's an interesting thought.
It really is interesting. What's coming to me is, this battle in the forest where the forest devoured more people. It's looking like these trees here are no joke. That's what I'm seeing. These trees ain't no joke.
I actually pulled up trees that are in Israel. They don't look any different, the oak trees there, than what the oak trees are here. They have clean branches. So I really don't see how the hair got tangled up. I've been in the woods before and I've gotten tangled up in things because I had my hair down. But
Ross, are you sure a terebinth tree is an oak tree? Because I think a terebinth tree is entirely different.
No, I looked it up. Terebinth tree is oak.
There's a lot of different oak trees, first of all. Okay. There's a ton of them. And there's just not a terebinth tree is native to the Middle East. Okay. So that's where you find them. And they're not actually the same as an oak tree. That is, when you say oak tree to me, I think of little acorns, right? And an oak leaf, right? But they're not that's not the same tree.
That's why I was saying it's a mistranslation.
Yeah, it could be that. Or you can just see this as there being a lot of different types of trees, man, that belong to the oak family. Okay, they call them oak trees, but they vary as well. But a terebinth tree, I got to agree with Phyllis. That's not the same thing as an oak.
I know, but that's what when I looked it up, it did say that it was oak tree. And then just now, as I'm looking it up, I looked actually what the terebinth tree is.
Yeah.
And because before I looked it up as oak tree, and then it came up as terebinth in there. And but looking at it, yeah, it's kind of, because it kind of also said that it was like a cypress. And cypress, I know, like in they've got some really, really old cypresses in Louisiana, and you could get, that they're gnarly looking, very gnarly. Not like a oak tree. Even the oak trees that are in the woods are not really gnarly. They still kind of have a clean look to them.
Well, I think you had it right earlier when you said there was probably a mistranslation.
Mm-hmm.
Because, okay, to know what the tree is, we look at its fruit. All right. And so the fruit of an oak tree is an acorn. The fruit of a terebinth trees is like a pea-like little fruit, which they can use for certain, consumption, the different things, and the different smells. The fragrance is used to even make turpentine, because there's a terebinth tree at Los Lunas stone. It's native to the Middle East, okay, and doesn't belong here. So it's a totally different species because the fruits are different. That's clue number one. But in the Hebrew language, they're two different words, okay?
Yeah.
And so, terebinth tree is elah in Hebrew, and the oak is alan. So you have alan and you have elah, so which are two different words. Okay, but in the King James scriptures and other different translations, the translators would interchange those words and say oak for both of them. Mm-hmm. And I think that right there, as they interchanged oak to blend into both of those poplar trees, is probably a lot of the confusion. So I think you were right when you first said that. Mm-hmm. That's absolutely.
I'm still saying that is a mistranslation.
Yeah, it probably is, but if you notice, the BYNV puts it back to terebinth tree and not oak. Mm-hmm. So in the English translation, it may say oak, and therefore there's the confusion. See what I'm saying? Yeah.
That could catch his hair.
That could catch him.
Yeah.
There was a bunch of them together, right? They were in a forest.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely going to be painful no matter which tree you get tangled up in.
I don't think the tree matters, boy. You're getting tangled up in branches. There's ain't a place to be. Rick says a terebinth tree is not an oak tree. They're completely different from what I have found, though they do look somewhat similar in size and shape. Did you know that terebinth tree is one of the slowest growing trees? It takes a long time for them to reach full size. It's not the slowest, but one of the slowest growing trees. Yeah, really weird. Phyllis gave me some terebinth seeds. Remember that, Phyllis, when you sent me those? And I planted them things and I forgot where I planted them. I was thinking, where did I plant those terebinth seeds at? And I don't remember where I planted them. But it was a good spot. I remember that.
Good thing.
Maybe one day they'll grow up and then I'll know where I planted them. Oh boy. Go ahead, Ted.
I had another thought while we've been talking about all this, about possibly the connection between, because it said that Absalom was riding a mule, and it just made me think of the donkey or mule that Balaam was riding in the book of Numbers, and when the mule spotted the messenger and kept avoiding the messenger, and Balaam kept beating the mule, and then the mule actually spoke to him. Why? I'm wondering if this mule that Absalom was riding had his own mindset, and hey, I'm going to run him into this branch on purpose.
Could be. It very well could be, because horses and mules have been known to run off a cliff, man, especially if they don't like the rider. So yeah, I mean, Yahuwah could have told the mule, directing him where to run to catch that guy too. Like what you're saying, nothing really happens without Yahuwah's will. So it must have been Yahuwah's will. He got caught in the branches of that tree. So yeah, why not? Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions? It makes you wonder, and I'm sure they did, but it really doesn't say, after they, they stuck him with them 3 spears, and then them 10 young men put him to death, finished him off, put him out of his misery, whatever you want to think. It doesn't really say what they did with the body, does it? Yeah, it does. Down in 17, and they took Absalom and threw him into a large pit in the forest and heaped a very large pile of stones over him, and all Israel fled, each one to his tent. So he got stoned anyways, didn't he? In a way. Crazy, isn't it? So they did take him down, they didn't leave him hanging on the tree, Chance. They took him down before nightfall and threw him in a pit and covered him with stones. So that's interesting too. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, my version says 3 darts. So maybe they were just using them for target practice.
3 darts? What translation are you using?
Well, this is a King James, but
no, King James says 3 darts.
It does, yeah.
Did they throw 3 darts through his heart? Or what does it say?
Yeah, that's what it said, yeah.
3 darts through his heart. Yeah. A dart, I mean.
But a dart is open to interpretation too. I've seen.
That's what I was going to say. I guess it depends on what your vision of a dart is. My vision of a dart is a little thing you hold in your hand and you throw it, or something you blow it through a blowgun.
Mine is like this game that my parents bought us. It was called Jarts. I don't know if you remember those or not. But
where you threw them into the ring.
Right. But then they outlawed them because they were pretty dangerous when people sharpened them.
Right. Yeah, funny. So, different interpretations come into play. Different translations come into play. That's what causes a lot of argument and quarreling, and division. It's because people are reading out of different translations, and one translation says this, the other one says that, the other one says that, the other one says that. And then pretty soon everybody's going, no, you're wrong because mine says this. No, you're wrong. Mine says that, you know. And they're all, instead of understanding that they're reading poor translations, they're not actually referring to the Hebrew text. Therefore, they're reading a poor translation. They're usually multiple languages, intermittent languages, and therefore they really have nothing to argue about except for whose translation is the best interpretation of the Hebrew text. That's what they should be talking about. Go ahead, Marianne. Dad, go ahead. Okay.
This version says 3 daggers.
Yeah, see.
So yeah, there we go again.
So there we go again. So
yeah,
I'm arguing it's a spear. You're arguing it's a dagger. He's arguing it's a dart. And so, you know, we're arguing thinking that because we're right, because it says it in our translation. But what we really should be recognizing is these are poor translations. So which translation is more accurate translating out the Hebrew text? And in this instance or example, it would be mine, because the Hebrew word in this text is spear. It's not dart or dagger. Okay, so that's how you see. But see, they don't see it that way. They see it as being it right, you know, and you're wrong. Okay, because it says this in my translation, so you're absolutely wrong. And now they're fighting over nothing other than a poor translated Hebrew word. Go ahead, Sandra.
If I'm not mistaken, there was a scripture in Marshall, which is Proverbs. It says that he who digs a pit for someone, they'll fall into their own pit, is what came to my mind. And these 10 young men who bore Joab's armor went around and smote Absalom and put him to death. So they weren't bearing Mashiach's armor. They were wearing the devil's armor. Is what I was getting out of that. In other words, they weren't righteous. It said 10 young men bore Joab's armor and went around and smote Absalom and put him to death. So he was trying to put his father to death and he fell into his own pit. Is what I'm getting out of that.
He was the general, right? Of the Israeli army.
He was, I think he was over, at that time he was over Dawood's army. However, he was under a curse, Joab was, because he had killed one of I can't remember his name, that had came to make peace with it. Was it Abner? Had come to make peace with Dawood before, when he came into the reign. And Dawood said, "You sons of Zeruiah, you're something about." He was under a curse that Dawood had put him under. But he was like an enemy within Dawood's camp too. Like Satan is. When Yahuwah created Satan, he's the enemy that wanted to exalt himself over Yahuwah. So Joab took his side, but didn't take Adonai's side. We'll learn about that in the future chapters. So this was the enemy within.
Yeah. Okay, so the point is that a general or a king's armor, they always had an armor barrier that would carry their armor, their shield, their spear, and stuff like that for them as they went into battle. And so it was just his position that these 10 young men would be there bearing his armor because he was the general.
But that's not the right armor because we're supposed to have Mashiach's armor according to Ephesians chapter 6.
Well, I realize what you're saying. I'm just not
Oh, okay.
making that connection like you are, but that doesn't mean you're wrong and I'm
Oh.
right. It just means I don't see what you're saying.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just saying that they were bearing the wrong armor is what I'm saying. So that you orb is sort of like the devil to me.
Yeah. It could be. It could be, Sandra. I don't know. I mean, sometimes Yahuwah tells people things he doesn't tell other people, or at least, you're not seeing it anyway. It doesn't make you wrong or them right. It's just the way it is. I'm sure I say a lot of things that people think, well, what the hell is he talking about, but I'm seeing it and they're not. So it happens to all of us. That's all I'm saying. You're not wrong and you don't have to be sorry. I just don't see what you're seeing. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. Go ahead, Joe.
I think Mom had something to say first.
Marianne, you have something? Ted has something? Come on, Ted. Bring it on, bro. Talitha, do you have your hand up? No? What?
Well, in the meantime, I'm not arguing for the King James because I already know it's wrong in 6,800 places. So.
Okay. I don't know what you're saying, Marianne, but
I think she's having trouble figuring it out.
I was pointing to Joel.
Oh, okay.
Because he kept putting his hand up.
You got to point the other way. Point to Joel again. Point at him again. Yeah, that's the wrong way. He's the other side of you. Point the up toward Ted.
Oh, well, on our screen, he's that way.
I know. That's just like me. I do the same thing. Watch. And so, see Speedy and his friends over there? See, but I can reverse it. See, so I can do this, but you can't. See, I can reverse my position, but you can't. So when you point, when you do this, you're pointing away from him. So you point toward Ted, you're pointing to him. So you're coming across, backwards or opposite or whatever you want to call it. I'm the only one that can do that and it comes out right because I'm the host. I can reverse my position. So remember, when you want to point to somebody, you point the other way. So you go like that, and then you can't be wrong. See?
Yeah, I'm confused. You got me. You got me big time.
Well, just remember to do this, and everything will be cool. All right.
Hey, Joel. Joel, do you have? Is that your only translation?
It is right now because I went through an eviction.
Okay. I was say if you don't have a BYNV, we could probably figure something. I could probably help figure something out for you.
Yeah, I need to get one because this is my dad's old Bible that I'm, Bible. Sorry.
Joel, send your email address and address to me, Phyllis at TorahZone.net.
Okay, will do. Phyllis at TorahZone.net. I
Right.
can even remember that.
Just send me your name and address.
Will do. Thank you. Yeah, I've been meaning to do that for quite a while. I just didn't have your address. So.
Okay. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? So we need a reader for chapter 19.
Hey, Mark. If you look at Absalom's name, you can easily say father and peace in it, and he was exactly opposite of that.
Right.
He was not giving father any peace whatsoever. He was on his heels the whole time. Isn't that interesting? That he was the opposite of his name.
I know, it's weird. I was thinking about that myself.
Because he was appointed the whipping stick of Yahuwah's whipping stick. He was appointed a weapon to take peace from Daud. That's why.
Yeah, it definitely means my father is peace. So father of peace, or my father is peace in the Paleo-Hebrew language. Now that's weird. He was the opposite of what is the definition of his name, man. Is just crazy. I was thinking about that earlier. I couldn't figure that out. Go ahead, Ross.
A lot of them had the name of Yahuwah in there, Yah or Yahoo in it, and went the opposite of what Yahuwah is. You know, if you looking back in all the different names in scripture.
What's Netanyahu mean?
I don't know.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
Well, that's not his real name. His real name is actually something else.
I know. Yeah, I know. That's the name he took, though. It means gift of Yah is what it means.
Don't you think he took that name so that he'd have Yah in it? They don't even, they don't. Well, we know what they believe in over there.
Yeah. That's what it means. Either Yah has given or gift of Yah is what Netanyahu means. Anything else?
He made one of the best speeches to Congress I ever heard.
Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions? Chapter 18. If not, give me a reader for chapter 19. Talitha, go ahead.
I can read.
Sorry, Oz was volunteering, but you couldn't see his hand.
Go ahead, Oz.
Chapter 19. And it was reported to Joab, see, the sovereign is weeping and mourning for Absalom. So the deliverance that day was turned into mourning for all the people. For the people heard on that day, saying, the sovereign has been grieved for his son. And the people stole back into the city that day, as people who are ashamed steal away when they flee in battle. And the sovereign covered his face, and the sovereign cried out with a loud voice, O my son Absalom, O Absalom, my son, my son. And Joab came into the house to the sovereign and said, Today you have put to shame all your servants, who today have delivered your life, and the lives of your sons and daughters, and the lives of your wives, and the lives of your concubines, by loving those who hate you, and by hating those who love you. For you have made it clear today that you have neither commanders nor servants. For today I know that if Absalom had lived, and all of us had died today, then it will be right in your eyes. And now arise, go out and speak to the heart of your servants, for I swear by Yahuwah, if you do not go out, not one passes Delilah with you, and that is worse for you than all the evil that has come upon you from your youth until now. So the sovereign rose up and sat in the gate, and they told all the people, saying, Look, the sovereign is sitting in the gate. And all the people came before the sovereign. As for Israel, they had fled, each one to his tent. And it came to be that all people were contending throughout all the tribes of Israel, saying, The sovereign delivered us from the hand of the enemies. He rescued us from the hand of the Philistine, and now he has fled from the land because of Absalom. And Absalom, whom we anointed over us, has died in battle. And now, why are you silent about bringing back the sovereign? And sovereign Daud sent to Zadok and Abiathar the priest, saying, Speak to the elders of Yehudah, saying, Why are you the last to bring the sovereign back to his house, since the words of all Israel have come to the sovereign to his house? You are my brothers, you are my bone and my flesh. Why then are you the last to bring back the sovereign? And say to Amasa, Are you not my bone and my flesh? Allah him do so to me, and more also, if you are not commander of the army before me all the days in place of Joab. Thus he swayed the hearts of all the men of Yehudah as one man, so that they sent to the sovereign, saying, Return you and all your servants. So the sovereign returned and came to the Jordan, and Yehudah came to Gilgal to go to meet the sovereign, to bring the sovereign over the Jordan. And Shimei, son of Jerah, a Benjamite, who was from Bakurim, hastened and came down with the men of Yehudah to meet sovereign Daud. And with him were 1,000 men of Benjamin, and Ziba, the servant of the house of Shaul, and his 15 sons, and his 20 servants with him. And they rushed over the Jordan before the sovereign. And they passed over the ford to bring over the sovereign's household, and to do what was good in his eyes. And Shimei, son of Jerah, fell down before the sovereign when he had passed over the Jordan, and said to the sovereign, Do not let my master reckon crookedness to me, neither remember what wrong your servant did on the day that my master, the sovereign, led Jerusalem, that the sovereign should take it to heart. For I, your servant, know that I have sinned, and see, I have come today. First of all, the house of Yusuf, to go down to meet my master the sovereign. But Abishai, son of Zeruiah, answered and said, Should Shimei not be put to death for this because he cursed the anointed of Yehu? And Daud said, What have I to do with you, you sons of Zeruiah, that you are to be adversaries to me today? Should any man be put to death in Israel today? For do I not know that I am sovereign over Israel today? So the sovereign said to Shimei, You do not die. And the sovereign swore to him. And Mephibosheth, son of Shaul, came down to meet the sovereign. And he had not attended to his feet, nor trimmed his mustache, nor washed his garments, from the day the sovereign went away until the day he came back in peace. And it came to be, when he had come to Jerusalem to meet the sovereign, that the sovereign said to him, Why did you not go with me, Mephibosheth? And he answered, My master, sovereign, my servant deceived me. For your servant said, I am saddling a donkey for myself to ride on it, and go to the sovereign because your servant is lame. And he spoke slander against your servant to my master the sovereign. But my master the sovereign is as a messenger of Elohim, therefore do what is good in your eyes. For all my father's house were but dead men before my master the sovereign. Yet you set your servant among those who eat at your own table. Therefore, what right have I still to cry out any more to the sovereign? Then the sovereign said to him, Why do you speak any more of your matters? I have said, You and Ziba share the land. And Mephibosheth said to the sovereign, Rather, Let him take it all, since my master, the sovereign, has come back in peace to his own house. And Barzillai, the Gileadite, came down from Rogelim, and passed over the Jordan with the sovereign to send him on his way over the Jordan. And Barzillai, and Barzillai was a very aged man, 80 years old, and he had sustained the sovereign while he was dwelling at Machanayim, for he was a very rich man. And the sovereign said to Barzillai, pass over with me, and I shall provide for you with me in Jerusalem. But Barzillai said to the sovereign, how many are the days of my life that I should go up to the sovereign to Jerusalem? I am now 80 years old. Do I discern between the good and the evil? Does your servant taste what I eat or what I drink? Do I still hear the voice of singing men and singing women? Why then should your servant be a further burden to my master, the sovereign? Your servant will only pass over the Jordan with the sovereign for a short distance. And why should the sovereign repay me with such a reward? Please let your servant turn back again to die in my own city near the burying place of my father and mother. But there is your servant Kima. Let him pass over with my master, the sovereign, and do for him what is good in your eyes. And the sovereign answered, Kima is passing over with me, and let me do for him what is good in your eyes. Now whatever you choose of me, I do for you. Then all the people went over the Jordan, and when the sovereign had passed over, the sovereign kissed Barzillai and blessed him, and he returned to his own place. And the sovereign passed over Gilgal, and Kimam passed over with him, and all the people of Yehudah brought the sovereign over, and also half of the people of Israel. And see, all the men of Israel were coming to the sovereign, and they say to the sovereign, why have our brothers, the men of Yehudah, stolen your way and brought the sovereign and his household and all Daud's men with him over the Jordan? And all the men of Yehudah answered the men of Israel, because the sovereign is our relative. And why are you displeased over this matter? Have we at all eaten at the sovereign's cost, or has he given us any gifts? And the men of Israel answered the men of Yehudah and said, we have 10 parts in the sovereign, and in Daud too we have more than you. Why then did you despise us? Was it not our advice first to bring back our sovereign? But the words of the men of Yehudah were harsher than the words of the men of Israel.
All righty. Thanks, Oz. Okay, so it's wrapping up this afternoon study here with David's returning back to what he's supposed to be doing. And of course, he has encounters on the way back to Jerusalem with these men, and forgives them and shows mercy and promises not to put them to death for their actions and all this stuff, showing great compassion, and even solves a dispute and splitting the land between two people. And then the old man, the elderly person, who had great wealth, that supported David in his exile, declines an invitation to come live at the royal palace. And he sends a servant, Chimham, in his place. So at the end here, in chapter 19, it shows some tension building between the 10 tribes of Israel and the 2 tribes of Judah. And it provokes a fierce verbal argument between the men of Israel and the men of Judah, stating that the words of the men of Judah were harsher than the words of the men of Israel. So Israel's complaining that basically that Judah acted without them to vote to bring back King David into rule. And so this little confrontation here, this verbal argument between Israel and Judah, is kind of setting the stage for a future rebellion, which comes under Sheba later on. So that's about where we're at here. I think we're going to stop today's study short here because we only have 4 more chapters next week, and then we're going to finish this book. So, any thoughts, comments, or questions between 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19 chapters? June?
Do you think that Mephibosheth's servant really did slander him and make that up? It says Mephibosheth had not shaved or trimmed or changed his clothes or anything. But it's kind of like he was in mourning while Daud was gone from the city. But then when Daud heard him say that he was slandered, he said, well, I've just divided it in half. So he didn't take it any further than that. I just thought that was just real strange. That was a hard one for me to figure out.
Yeah, I think so. It's a little shaky there, that's for sure. I seem to just stop caring, about his feet and his looks and all this other stuff.
I can't hear you, Mark.
Y'all can't hear me? Mute your mic, Phyllis. See if you can hear me then. How's she going? Okay.
I can hear you.
All right. And let me turn this on. I don't know. He just seemed to be like he lost all hope or something to me. I don't know. In 26, he says, for your servant said, I am selling a donkey for myself to ride on it and go to the sovereign because your servant is lame. And he spoke slander against your servant to my master, the sovereign, but my master, the sovereign, is as a messenger of Elohim, therefore do what is good in your eyes. That's a little bit confusing to me. Anybody got any thoughts about that?
Well, see, it was over in 16:3. That was where the servant had shown up to Daud. And I think that was 16:3-5. Yeah. And he brought him all that, the goods, the fruit, the bread, and everything. And he said, well, where is Mephibosheth? He asked. And he says, well, he said that today the house of Israel is going to return the reign of my father to me. So I'm like, oh, okay. So that was kind of what threw me for a loop there, because I'm like, maybe he really did slander him. Did Mephibosheth really say that? And he was sorry that he said it later.
Yeah, I think he was scared. He wanted, because David was fleeing, right? Probably at that time it appeared David was in trouble, losing, wouldn't come back. So maybe he was doing it for self-preservation purposes. I don't know, but that was the crippled boy, right? Saul's grandson, Jonathan's son. maybe he was acting out of self-preservation, but he threw himself at the mercy of David. And basically, yeah, I slandered you, but it was because you left me all alone, man, and I didn't know what else to do. I thought my days were numbered, and so I slandered you so I would survive. I'm paraphrasing, of course, but I'm thinking this is what's going on here. Although the wording's pretty weird for sure. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions on that? Or anything else? Sure glad to have you back with us, Tad and Marianne. It's been a pleasure. Hope you keep coming back. Don't stay gone so long next time.
We do too.
Don't forget what Scripture says. Those who endure to the end will be delivered. We all have to endure. We're all going through the same grind, What happens to you or to me happens to all the brothers in the world. We all going through the same thing. And so we all have to, endure. What Scripture tells us to do is endure. When I start getting weak or to the point where, I want to quit doing this or anything, I just think about how long Lou White and Phyllis White been doing it. And I said, well, they've been doing it for 50 years. I guess I can do it for a few more. Kind of like when I was in the Army and they would make us run like 10 miles or 20 miles or whatever up this mountain or whatever. And I'd be wanting to drop out. I say, man, I can't do this, And I'd look over to my left or my right, and I see this little skinny runt dude that I could probably blow on him and blow him over. And he was running up there with all his might. And I'm going, what? If he can do it, I can do it. And it would give me a second win. I'd keep going. Kind of like that. So just look over here at me and look at Mark there and look over at Sandra. If we can do it, you can do it. That goes for everybody, really, not just Tad. We all need to endure. Any questions about today's study? We're going to finish this book next week. We're clipping right along, man. Believe it or not, though, there's a lot of books we still haven't covered yet. There's quite a few, really. We're doing about an average about 7 chapters a week is what we're doing as we're going through this. We went through all the prophets, all the minor prophets, major prophets. We've been through the Torah. And so now we're going through this. So we're getting there. Still got a long ways to go yet. Comments, thoughts, questions about today's study? How about last night's study? Any thoughts, comments, questions about that one? Ross, go ahead.
I've always had this question of where did the white part for the sit come from? Because it doesn't say it in Scripture.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
Jewish tradition uses white because they say they cannot duplicate the exact color which they believe comes from a snail. But that's not exactly what the word translated means. It's more of I can't remember, purple or violet.
Techelet.
Yeah. Say it?
Techelet.
Yeah. It's not blue.
Because when I was led to do them, I went by what the colors were that were in the temple. The red, the blue, and then the the purple, the more of a reddish tone with it. But that's how I was led to do it the very first time, because I never saw where the white was. Because tradition is not what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to do what Yahuwah wants. So I just was curious where the white came from.
Hey, Raz.
Well,
in Mexico, they still use a snail that they have to catch from the cliffs of the ocean in order to dye purple. The origin, the non, it was that
like an indigo.
Yeah, but that particular purple, it was an actual purple dye that it did not wash out as other combinations that they used to have with flowers or with plants. But it was like the poo. It was the actual the poo of this seashell, this animal.
That's always puzzled me too, because that's an unclean mollusk. All mollusk would be unclean because they are filters of the water.
Yeah, but they're not eating it.
No, but remember, if he touched it, if you touch something, then you're unclean. If you touch something that's dead and they're
If it's dead, yeah, not just something that's like you can go touch a pig, and I don't think it makes you unclean. But if you eat it, it does. You're not allowed to eat it. You're not allowed to touch a dead carcass of anything.
Well,
but I think on the tassel thing, the white represents obedience to that command. Okay, or we all know that white is a symbol of purity, right? And in scripture, if you see white garment or white wedding garment or robe, this generally symbolizing everlasting life. Okay, but in general, it's purity. Okay, or set apartness. But as far as that tzitzit goes, the white represents the command to wear them. Okay, and that's why the pure white remains, even though they remove the blue cord. Okay, which represents the ocean, the sky, and up to Yahuwah's throne. His throne is sapphire, not a garment. You know what I'm saying? So if they remove that, because there's a description on what color specifically that blue is supposed to be. Some believe it's sapphire. Some think it's a deep blue, like what's on the American flag. Some think it's a crimson color, a blue inclining to purple. And so everybody's in dispute on what actually that shadow of blue is. So a lot of people remove that and replace it with the white, because that just basically, as far as that tassel goes, represents the command to wear them. That's what it represents. But if you want to go beyond that, it's purity, it's immortality, it's obedience.
But it's still not listed in scripture for it. That's why I've always questioned it. And that's why I don't make it in white. I make it with his colors that he has in the temple. And
it says white and blue.
Where?
Where? Deuteronomy.
I couldn't find it. I couldn't find white and blue with it in there. Yeah. And something that
go ahead.
Primary colors are red, yellow, blue. You take the red and the yellow, the red and the blue together, and that makes the techelet color. And so that's what's always in my, primary would be what basic colors were back then. That, think about the rainbow. Green is mixed with yellow and blue. Orange is red and yellow. So the only ones that were pure colors, primary colors, are blue and red, and then you mix them together and it's the purple. And to me, it's always symbolized that it was, the Father with us, or, that kind of thing.
Well, let me see. Where is that? I think it's in Numbers, actually.
Numbers 15:38.
Yep, Numbers 15:38. Says, speak to the children of Israel, and you shall say to them to make tzitzits on the corners of your garments through their generations, and to put a blue cord in the tzitzith of the corners, and it shall be to you for a tzitzith, and you shall see it, and shall remember all the commands of Yahuwah, and shall do them, and not search after your own heart and your own eyes, after which you went whoring, so that you remember and shall do all my commands and be set apart to your Yahuwah. And
yeah, it still doesn't say white. It says blue, and I knew that, but it doesn't say white. I had been a long time ago, I had been told that the blue and white was the Babylonian color.
No, the white represents the command, purity.
I know, but it's in the scripture. It's not in the scripture with it.
Yeah, but it's well known because white is absence of color. Okay, and there's white. White is mentioned all through scriptures as a white garment, white robe, white horses, all kinds of white mentioned, and it just means purity, or set apartness, or even the command itself. Is why they use it in the Zitzith. I mean, you got to put the puzzle together, not look for just an exact, put white and blue in it. You got to say, okay, there's white and blue in there. Why? And if you remove the blue cord, why is all of them white? Well, there's a reason, because it represents purity, set apartness, the command itself. Go ahead, Tad.
I was just going to mention, Mom has an older version of the BYNV, and it does say blue cord, just like you said. I have a little more updated version, and it says purple.
Yeah, Lou changed it to purple because some people do, once you study the Hebrew text, they believe that there's a difference or an opinion of color. And there's three. I went over all that last night. There's three that people accept, and one of them three is what they believe. So it's either a sapphire, which is blue with white appearance in it. I can show you what it looks like. And then there's the deeper blue, kind of like your shirt that you're wearing. And then there is the crimson color, which is blue inclining to purple color. And so I think Lou, if I remember the conversation, decided to go with the crimson or the bluish or the purplish cord because he felt that was the best translation of that Hebrew word, which people disagree on what that word is. So it's three different Hebrew words, but on whatever word that you choose and you believe to be true represents that color of blue. Okay, crimson is still bluish. It's blue inclining to purple. Is what it really is. Or is that red inclining to purple? Maybe it's red inclining to purple. Is what crimson is. I might be wrong on that. But so anyway, the reason everybody goes with the lighter blue is because the ocean is blue, the sky is blue, and keep going up to the throne of Yahuwah is blue. And they believe those are all the same colors, those three colors, and that's why he wanted that blue cord put in there. Okay, that's Hebrew tradition. That's not Mark August. I'm just relating. Don't shoot the messenger. Go ahead, Talitha.
So crimson is red going into purple,
Right.
and indigo is the blue between the blue and the purple.
Oh, yeah. Indigo. That's what I was meaning. Yeah. That's why I said. I thought it was red inclined into purple.
Yeah, the crimson is the red to purple.
Right. So I meant indigo. But, so let me see.
So if you put a rainbow in a tube, you're going to have the blue and the red touching, and then that makes the
Indigo.
the indigo or the violet, or I've heard that it's more of a reddish color. Reddish.
They call it indigo.
Yeah.
Yes, but the indigo is not reddish. So
It's
is between a blue and a purple. Like purple is still a color. Purple is red and blue together make purple.
Mm-hmm.
Between the purple and the red, you get the crimson, and between the purple and the blue, you get the indigo.
Mm-hmm.
You guys keep talking. I'm trying to come up with some pictures here.
Well, can I give a praise report?
Yeah.
The last time my home nurse came, there was no fluid coming out of the cavity. And so my lung doctor said that there's a good chance I'll be able to get this tube removed real soon. So I just wanted to give all esteem and praise to Yahusha. Thank you.
Happy for you, Phyllis. That's great. Praise Yah. Okay, so let me see here now. Almost done.
Is that going to be a big relief, Phyllis?
Yes, it is. When it first started, there was like 600 milliliters of fluid, and it was making my lung collapse. And now my lung is standing its own. So, yeah, I can breathe. Thank you.
Okay, I think I have it here. Let me list. I got to find one more. I got so many pictures on here, it ain't even funny. Yeah, there's definitely three colors of blue that's in conflict here. Oh, here it is. Okay. All right. So let me show them to you. Then we'll talk about them a little bit. My screen share it. So here's sapphire as explained in Ezekiel. This would be it. So this would be basically what Ezekiel saw depicted. So this would be the throne and a man, like a man sitting on the throne. Okay. So this is kind of, see how it's blue and it's got kind of white within it. That would be sapphire. At least the common agreement to what it is would be this color. This is a sapphire stone. I'll show it to you. where they make jewels from. Raw jewels are generally not even close to what they look like when they're made into jewelry. I don't know if y'all know that or not. Like it's hard to tell what a ruby is when it's in its natural raw form before it's refined. But here's a sapphire stone before it's refined. Just so you know. They also, in Hebrew, they call this the lapis lazuli. Okay, is what they call it. And I'll show you why. So this is what they call the lapis lazuli. It has blue. You see the blue like that depiction of the throne was. It has this yellow pyrite running through it. And you also can notice the white within the blue, trapped within the blue. Okay, so that's it in its natural form. Okay, so now I think we can just look at this one picture here. Let me see. Yeah, this one picture will show us the other two colors. So and tassels. And here we go. Calm down, Speedy. I'm going fast so I can go. All right, so here you see the other two colors of blue. All right, so this is a dark blue, almost like our flag. Okay, it's showing a little bit dark here than normal, but here's the light blue on the tassels themselves. That's the lighter blue. A lot of people believe it's that color blue, right? And I don't know. That's about it. So I kind of like Tad's shirt color, maybe more like our flag, the color blue that's on our flag. Okay. So those are the three blues. And then on top of that, we have those who believe it is blue inclining to purple or indigo. And that's why Lou changed that. I'm pretty sure I'm right on that, ain't I, Phyllis? Ain't that why he changed from blue to purple? And so there you go. Pick your poison, okay? So a lot of people prefer not to. So they take that blue thread totally out and just replace it with a white, just have all white tassels. You see why they're doing it? Because there's too much description on and arguing about what color is supposed to be in that. Who had their hand up? Tad? Okay, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think it's interesting also that in Exodus, when they were commanded to make the dwelling place and make the curtains, they're using almost the exact same colors. It says, and make the dwelling place with 10 curtains of fine woven linen in blue and purple and scarlet material.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, blue and purple and scarlet material.
That's why I always did it like that.
Well, and your eye perceives over 4 million colors. So.
Yeah, there's an indefinite amount of colors. Matter of fact, I think white has no colors in it. It's absent of color, and black has all the colors in it. I think that's what it is, if I remember right. But here's a couple guys over there. You can see what they're doing. Very dark blue here on this prayer shawl and on his shirt. And look at the tassels, they're white. And the prayer shawl is white and blue, a very dark blue like our flag.
It just goes to black on my monitor. But
It almost looks black, but it's not. Like on my screen, I can see it's a dark blue. I'll blow it up a little bit. Yeah, you can't tell. On my monitor, the original picture, you can tell it's a dark blue. It actually almost looks purple. So it's such a dark blue. At least on my other screen. I'm just share screening. This is a copy that you're looking at. You're seeing a copy. The original's over on my other screen. So anyway.
You lose a little with a copy, you know.
What's that?
It almost seems you lose a little with a copy every generation.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you always lose something on the copy. Okay, so see what I'm saying? But I tell you what, and I'm not saying this to be smart aleck or to be mean, but I've probably read through at least 20 translations, and every single one of them says blue cord.
Mm-hmm.
The only one that said purple was Lou's Revised BYNB, out of about 20. I did that a long time ago. That was 5 years ago I did that research. Research it yourself. See what you should come up with.
Beloved Sister Rosaline, I need one of those, what you're making.
Oh, sisters?
Yeah, I still want it.
Okay. All right.
Hey, I got a question about these colors in this dwelling place that Ted just brought up here. The blue, the purple, and the red. Something that always comes to me when I think about these three colors is Yahuwah becomes flesh, the blue becomes red, making purple, Yahusha. Yahuwah's blue, his authority, he comes down, and he becomes flesh, and then the purple is now, then that purple is the red and the blue. Something interesting to think about there. I don't know how far I'll go with that, but it's interesting that the blue becomes down, becomes flesh, and then you got blue and red together making purple. That'd be Yahusha, and purple is the royalty, like the king.
Right. Purple's royalty or majesty.
Yeah. I always see it as the blue is the Father, the red is Yahusha, and then the other is the two combined, which would be like the Ruach HaKodesh.
Ooh, I don't know about that one. I don't put a lot of emphasis in the colors, but it is what it is, man. There's people out there know a lot more about it than I do. And like I said, I know that just like you're telling me right now that purple is the color of royalty or majesty. Mm-hmm. You're right, it is. But white is also the color of purity and obedience and set apartness. Obedience to that command to make those. I know that as a fact as well. And so the blue is obviously the highest form of praise. His throne is blue, the sky is blue, the water is blue. So you're starting with the water, you're working your way up to the Shemayim, you're working your way up to his throne, and it inclines a long way up there to his throne being blue. And that's why they use that. I'm just telling you why they do it. If you what I find very, very interesting, since you guys brought it up, is when Yahuwah comes back, what color is his robe? White. Mm-hmm. And what's on his robe? A gold sash and drenched in blood. The hem of his garments drenched in blood. It's red. So there you have red, white, gold, and red. Does that mean something? I think it means a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got a gold crown on his head. And what color are the tribes Well, they're all 12 different colors. The stones are all different colors. Each tribe has its own color. You know, so color is it's important, but something we got to be a little bit careful of. We won't jump off the cliff either, you know, and making stuff up. So I have a tendency to lean toward the big brother, the Hebrew. They've been doing it for a lot longer than we have. Don't forget, not all of them was exiled either. Most of them were, but some of them stayed over there. There's been a remnant there as well, as it has existed through the ages. Don't forget that. Ted, go ahead.
Just real quick, I was going to say I have a tendency to trust Lou's interpretation because he knows a heck of a lot more about the Hebrew language than I do. So when he said purple, I said, okay.
That's fine. Everybody has the right to do what they feel best to do, you know. Don't forget, he originally said blue. And for some reason, he changed his mind and went to purple in his revised edition.
Probably somewhere in between.
So if you talk to Lou and ask him why he did that, he'll tell you, you know, and then you can decide whether you agree with him or not. My whole thing is this. We don't follow man. And I hope and I pray that nobody here feels like they're following me. Because if you are, turn around, go back the other way. That's I'll tell you straight to your face. Don't you dare follow me. You follow Yahuwah and Yahuwah alone. Don't put that on me. Don't do that to me. Don't you give me any of Yahuwah's esteem. And I'm pretty sure.
Don't worry, we won't.
And I'm pretty sure Lou White says the same thing. You might have to ask him that question. But I'd almost bet he'll say the same thing. So be careful giving esteem to a man. They might not want it. Some probably do. Some probably take all you can give them. But there's others that don't want any. And I'm one of them. I don't want it. Don't give it to me. I don't care what you say. Call me every name in the book. I don't want your esteem. Or anyone's. No way, man. Don't do that to me.
We'll only give you love.
I'll take that. That I'll take. I'll even take your jokes. But don't give me Yahuwah's esteem. I don't want it.
You get plenty of those.
I'll take them. So anyway, yeah, a little bit of a controversy, a subject that's got a lot of controversy in it. And that's why I said last night, we need to come to some type of agreement here. We're supposed to be in one mind, one body, one mind, one understanding, one Torah. We're not supposed to be divided with different understandings. And that's the only reason I did what I did last night, because we need to come to some type of agreement on it. I mean, some people say, oh, no, you don't have to wear them. Somebody, oh, you have to wear them. Yahusha wore them. Women aren't allowed to wear them because they represent men's garments, and they're not allowed to do that. It's all over the place. So can't we just come into some type of an agreement here? Especially the Natsarim.
These are the colors that I use.
Yeah, I would be scared to death to do that. You know why? The same reason why they're scared to put it whatever color blue in those tassels with white, because they're not sure if that's the right color. They'd rather exclude it than to be wrong, because it's a command. Mm-hmm. You're commanded, just as like you told me And I'm not picking on you. I'm just trying to clarify something here. Just like you just told me, I don't use white because it doesn't say white.
It doesn't.
It doesn't tell us to make the tassels in those 3 colors either. So why would you do that?
I went by what was in the tent. How he originally said that, you have some rams that were dyed in red, then you had blue, and you had the purple. So that's the colors that I used.
But he didn't tell you to make tassels in those 3 colors.
No, but he didn't say white either.
He said blue.
I know. I didn't say I wasn't going to use blue, but I don't use white.
Yeah, but
at the end of the day, it's a reminder to do the right thing.
No.
I looked that up. The color white has all the colors in it of the visible light spectrum. So it's got everything in there. But when you look at paint, like pigments, that's different. It has all the colors of pigment mixed together to make black. So, I guess on the light spectrum, if you're looking at black on the light spectrum, that contains no color. So,
okay, it's the opposite of what I said.
Yeah.
White has all the colors and black has no color, except for black. Okay. I knew it was something like that. So that could be a good reason why they use white, because it contains all the colors. That's a thought. I don't know. I'm just saying that, if you're against one color, why are we using other colors? But it's not told us to make tassels in them colors. If you're saying that whites, they're not telling us to use white. It's not saying use white, but it's not telling us to make tassels in those colors. What's the difference? Then we shouldn't do any of them colors, because it's the same principle. What you're saying, it's the same exact principle, man. And the reason why you're not using white is the same exact reason you shouldn't be using them other colors. Same principle.
But the only other place that he really says it is in the tent, about the different colors being where they are in there.
Yeah, but like I say, it don't matter. I mean, every tribe, all 12 tribes have a different color stone that represents them.
Yeah. And then some of them, you can't really even figure out what the color is, because like a sapphire has 12 different colors.
That's right. And there's a description.
Diamond's got a lot of different colors, and I forget who Diamond was, but each one of them, none of the stones, topaz has got several colors in it, and so if you look at that, it's like, which one did he use that was a topaz? It's like onyx stone, that it speaks of it in chapter 2, where it says, in that country is the onyx stone, and I think it says gold. I don't remember, but onyx comes in. Let me look it up. I know it comes in green. I know it comes in red and black.
I know. Yeah, I know what you're saying. All the stones, different stones come in different shades of colors. All the different gems, and that's why there's discrepancy on what gem represents what tribe. And that's why you'll see that different when they display them on mezuzahs or whatever. You'll see different ones, and that's why there's a discrepancy on what the shade of color is for that particular gem. So what I mean. So at that point, does color matter? Probably not, but the gem does. As long as it's that particular gem, then the shade of color shouldn't really matter. But I'm sure originally each tribe knows what their shade of color was going to be with that particular gem. But maybe that got lost through the years, over the ages. See what I'm saying? Yeah. So a lot going on there for sure. I personally believe that The commandments are now written on your heart, putting your inner parts written on your heart, and the Ruach HaKodesh living in you and helping you be obedient. Why would you need something literal, physical to remind you of that when he's living in you and he's guiding you and helping you stay obedient? And the commandments are written on your heart, not hanging off your clothes. Go ahead. Who had their hand up? Chance, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with the commands on our heart. I was considering that the blue would be like why it says it in scripture is the authority of Yahuwah. You know, it reminds you of Yahuwah's commands, his authority, his rule. So when you have a blue tzitzit, you look and you see that blue, and you're reminded of his throne, of his authority, of his rule. And you know, that's kind of what it's coming to me with the blue.
Yeah, it also shows other people who you serve. So when they see you wearing tzitzits, they know you serve. It's an identity. It identifies you as Yahuwah's people, okay, on the outward appearance. But so does your fruits, okay? When his fruits are displayed in you, that is also a sign that who you serve, as well as your obedience to the commandments as well. Go ahead, Todd.
I'm just going to take a wild stab in the dark here that if we're following the commands to wear the tzitzit to the best of our understanding, no matter what color we have come up with, to the best of our understanding, he's going to accept that. He's not going to poo-poo that because it's to the best of our understanding. We're trying to follow that command the best we can.
And that's, freedom of Torah. So if you believe that and you act on that, then I don't see you sinning. I say it's freedom of Torah. But if somebody disagrees with that and does the opposite or whatever, but yet you do it, but you don't think you have to or you shouldn't or whatever, then that's a sin. That's freedom of Torah. So you have the right to do that, either accept it or reject it through the freedom of Torah. But if you believe something is okay to do it and you do it, that's fine. If you think it's not okay and you do it, then that's a sin. That's freedom of Torah. What did you say just a minute ago?
About the color blue?
Whatever you said that last time.
The color blue would represent the authority of Yahuwah, his commands, the color blue. So when you looked upon it, you're reminded of his throne, his rule, his kingdom, his authority. So when you look at it, that's what it reminded me of.
I got you. Yeah, but Scripture also says that they will be known by their fruits. A tree is known by their fruits. You will know them, right, by their fruits as well. And so that is really teaching us that our behavior, our actions, our behavior, and the way we represent Yahuwah is extremely important. Okay? It's more important than displaying some type of something on your outer garment or whatever that people can look at and say, oh, he's pious. And there's a fine line when you do that. And that's what Yahushua was talking about when he said the Pharisees love to wear theirs long. They appear more pious than everyone else. That goes into pride. So by displaying something publicly, outwardly like that is a very, very dangerous fine line. Okay? And you don't want them to look at you and think, oh, he's a man of the cloth, or he's religious, or he's pious, or look at him, man, how obedient he is. You don't want them thinking like that. You want them to look at you and say, a son of Yah, he's been with Yahuwah. I need to get to know him. That's what you want them thinking when they see you like that, not prideful stuff. Because if so, you're doing something wrong. You shouldn't be making them think like that. Your zitzits are too long. There's something you're doing that's wrong. They're thinking like that about you rather than thinking, I get to know him. He's been with Yahuwah. I can tell. That's what they should be thinking when they see him. Go ahead, Chance.
You know, on a pure heart level, are we wearing them for others, or are we wearing it for the reminder of ourselves to walk in righteousness before Yahuwah? So, like, let's say you show up somewhere and you get out and all of a sudden it bumps your hand and you look at it and you're like, oh yeah, let me obey these commands. Let me keep this thing before my face. That's the purity of it. But if we're wearing it to show off to others, then you're not right with Yahuwah. That's not you're not right there. But if somebody comes up to you and you know it's for you, and in your heart you wear this seat for yourself, for reminding you, you know, when you get up, when you go out, when you walk by the way, and you look down and you see that thing floating down there by your shirt or wherever you have it attached, that you're reminded of his authority, of his commands, you know, versus when somebody comes up and you say, hey, what is that? That's a good thing, because now you get to introduce the commands to someone. But if you're wearing it just to broadcast it on your own self-righteousness, that ain't good before Yahuwah. That ain't good at all.
Right. You're exactly right. You know, the primary reason Yahuwah gave us that command is to remind us to obey his commandments. That was the primary reason for those. Not to show everybody that you're more pious than anybody else. So there's a fine line there. There's no doubt about it, man. It could even be a test if you think about it. What do you think? Y'all think about women wearing tzitzits? Should they? Are they commanded to, or is it optional, or are they excluded, or are they forbidden? What do you think about women?
Well, originally, everybody was named Adam. Chapter 5, Genesis.
Okay.
So, you know, and I look at it that when they have a command, you know, like when he's talking to the women in scripture, like daughters of, you know, he's also talking to the men. And same thing with the men, he's also talking to the women. Because like when he's saying, like dressing correctly, okay, the men should be direct that as well. But a lot of times it's like all negative stuff goes towards the women and all positive stuff goes towards the men. And having, you know, when you have to look at it from both sides for everything. That's how I look at it.
Anybody else? Any thoughts on that? Y'all ever hear the idiom, a picture's worth 1,000 words? Let me show you a couple pictures and then let me re-ask you that question. Maybe this will help us. First of all, let's get a look at, whoops. First of all, let me do this right. Speedy, calm down. I'm going as fast as I can go. All right. Oh, I did the same thing. I can't believe that. Oh, no. Sorry about that. All right. I got it this time. All righty. And we're going to go around the clock on this one. I want to see what everybody's opinion is after you see these two pictures. We need to become like-minded. We really do. I'm tired of division. Unity's the name of the game. Okay, first of all, here are men over by the Wailing Wall, and they're wearing their clothes. And you see the zit-zits hanging off of them? Everybody see them?
Mm-hmm.
How long they are. They're definitely trying to attract somebody's attention. I don't think they're doing it for their personal. That's just my opinion. They look awful long to me. But anyway, you see the men in their garment, right? In their clothing here. Pretty obvious. They have these long zit-zits adorned to their clothing. Everybody got a good look at the men? Did they look like men? Did they look like they're wearing men's adornment or garment? To you?
They
The
look
hats?
boring.
Yes.
See the hats, the zit-zits, the shirts, their shoes, their pants. It looks like men to me, dressed in men's apparel to me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now look at this one. Oops. Speedy's messing me up. That's all Speedy's fault, man. Speedy's rushing me. Okay, I got it now. Whoa, that was weird. All right, here we go. Okay, you remember last night when I was telling you about the women's group that was over there marching around and protesting, wanting to wear prayer shawls and zit-zits and read out of the Torah at the Western Wall? Remember that group? Women's Torah group? Okay, so here they are. There's a picture of them. Now, does this look like there's anything wrong with this picture? Or does this look like a normal women's apparel to you? It seems to be a big deal because they're being escorted by the police. They have this photographer or woman, whoever she is, taking pictures or videos of them. You have this man back over here. He's also seems to be escorting. You have more police back here. Does it look like they're doing something wrong by dressing this way? Notice this lady's shawl. It's a light blue with white tassels all over it. Is that what we're told to do? Oh, I thought we were supposed to wear 4 of them, one on each corner, not 50 of them all around. And how about this one? Her colors are different. They're the dark blue. Look how long her tassels are. They are on the 4 corners, and then she has fringes here. Look at their faces. Do their faces give them away? Are they doing something they shouldn't be doing? Look at the faces of the people surrounding them. Do they think that these people are doing something they shouldn't be doing, that they need police protection? It's a very interesting photo, isn't it? When you really look at it hard. And they just got done reading out of this is a prayer book here. This big thing over here, I think, holds a Torah scroll. This big thing here, she's holding a prayer book. So they bring big scrolls in and read out the scrolls here, the men do. So, very telling picture.
Looking at their outfits that they have on, I don't think they look very respectful with it because they're wearing modern stuff instead of something that would have been deemed Proverbs 31. They don't look Proverbs 31 at all.
No, there's something wrong with that picture. They seem to be more looking like protesters.
It's like this. Look at me.
Yeah, that's right. Look at me. I can be a man if I want to be. That's what I'm getting out of it.
That's not what I was meaning though with it. I was just going back as far as what was in scripture about that in I think it's verse 2 in chapter 5.
I'll go ahead and look it up. Well, I know for one thing for a fact, and that is men wearing women's apparel is forbidden. And
women wearing
men's apparel is forbidden, highly forbidden. That much we can agree on. Whether or not what we just saw was men's apparel on these women or not is the question.
Well, you know, they sell it in pink as well. I'm serious. That's not a color that I would ever want to get, but.
And I'm not surprised. I'm sure.
Yeah. I've seen it like that, where it's an all women's prayer shawl, you know, but it's in Bereshit, Genesis chapter 5, verse 2, male and female created he them and baruched them and called their name Adam in the day when they were created. So everybody was called Adam in the first place. Then she was named Kua.
Yeah. Adam divided them by calling her, giving her own name, called division. Yeah, I agree with that. But these women here, especially the one with in the blue and the glasses, seems to be
the light blue one.
It's like she's wearing it as a fashion, not as a command from Yahuwah, but it's a fashion, which means she's wearing apparel that seems to be a fashion approach rather than obedient approach.
Well, I was going to say, to me, it looks like disobedience.
And disobedience.
It looks nice to me.
I believe that does. So what do y'all think after looking at those two pictures? Are women exempt? Should they be doing that? Should they not be doing that? What should we be teaching others? Should we say, oh, well, it's okay for women to do whatever they want, or they can wear them pink or purple or polka dot if they want, don't matter? Or should we be saying women should not be wearing them because those are men's apparel? What should we tell people? What should we as a group come into an agreement and express to others about this topic? Go ahead, Tad.
I was trying to get my mic on there. I agree with you. It looks to me like the women were not supposed to be doing that. But again, taking a look, thinking back at the picture of the men, they were also wearing things that they should not have been wearing. You're not supposed to cover your head as a man. Mm-hmm. And they were wearing hats.
That's when you're teaching in the congregation, when you're teaching Torah, not just out in public. You can wear a hat out in public. As soon as I get off of here, if I go outside, I'll put on a hat. You're not forbidden to wear a hat. You're just not supposed to teach Torah wearing a head cover. A man. Woman is. But on the other hand, is a woman's long, beautiful, flowing hair her head covering? Yeah, Scripture says it is. So long as she has long, uncut hair, her head's covered. Go ahead, Phyllis.
If you attach the tzitzit the way it's commanded in Scripture to the four corners of your cloak or your garment, then you're going to attach them to, a woman's going to attach them to her female clothes. She's not going to look like a man. Mm-mm. And she doesn't have to wear them so long that they even show, because it's not for an outward appearance.
Yeah, or so many. Once she had like 50 of them on her. I agree with you 100% on that. And like I said last night, I'm not of the opinion that women are forbidden to wear them, but I am of the opinion that they're excluded and they don't have to. But if they do, then I agree with Phyllis. It should be done in a womanly fashion, not as looking like a man, dressed like a man wearing them. So however the men are wearing them on them shawls, whenever you saw on that first on men's clothing, women shouldn't put on a man's shirt with zits and walk around with it. She takes some zits, she puts it on a woman's gown, on a woman's apparel, and wears them. Scripture's clear on one thing, and we all must agree. A man cannot appear like a woman, and a woman is not allowed to appear as a man, including their clothing. Now, if you don't agree with that, man, I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. That right there is a fact.
When I have put them on, I put them on my dress. You know,
that's fine.
Yeah.
That's a woman's.
That's the pink prayer shawl.
Oh. Okay. Let me see the bottom of that.
Oh, I don't know. It's not something I don't like it at all.
Okay.
Yeah, I can show you the bottom.
But I mean, yeah, up a little bit. Move it up. Move it up. Oh, no, just move your tablet up. There you go.
Oops. You seeing it?
Yeah, it looks like she's got fringes all the way around.
Mm-hmm. But then a lot of these people out there have got fringes all the way around, like a Native American does.
Well, that's how a priest does. When the priest wore fringes all the way around, remember?
Uh-huh.
So when the priest wore that robe, whatever it was, with fringes all the way around the bottom of it, where was his zits at? You couldn't see them. I can show you a picture of it. I mean, you couldn't see his. Where was his? Especially the high priest. If I can find a picture of it real quick here for you.
The undergarment.
It was on his undergarments.
Undergarment as well as the outer garment.
Yeah, exactly. So I used to look at that, a picture of the high priest, and I'd say, where's his zits at? You know what I mean? Until I finally realized, oh, there's undergarments. Anytime I'm looking for something, I don't find it. If I'm looking for it, I see it 100 times, you know. Anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions on that topic?
I have one more thing to say. I'm not trying to be disobedient or anything. I just was going by how I was led and where I found the colors for the sit-sits.
I mean, I understand that, but I didn't know if were you realizing that your principle was the same for either way. You know, if you're not wearing the white because it's not mentioned and when he said put a blue cord on your head,
I get it.
You know, then the other colors are the same principle. So you shouldn't do either one then. If you're living by that principle. That's all I was pointing out. I understand what you're saying. And the only reason this is even important or being talked about is because unity is important.
Mm-hmm.
We need to stop being all over the place. And we are. There's no doubt in my mind. It's supposed to be all about Yahusha. We're supposed to agree in Yahusha, not walk around with our own opinion and be divided in Torah. It just ain't supposed to be that way. And I think it's important, especially in this age we're living in and what's coming down the pipeline, for all of us to get that and try to be united in Yahusha the best we can, rather than, like Paul was saying, this one follows him, this one follows Apollo, this one does this. And then he says, we're all immersed in Yahusha. or Paul and Apollo. In other words, don't follow anybody, follow Yahusha, and then we'll be united. How can we be divided if all of us are following Yahusha? We can't be.
The other thing that I was thinking is, since he didn't say the color, could it be that he, that the other colors, as long as you had the blue in it, did it really matter what the other color was? Because I also saw where it said to wear it as the same color as your outfit that you had on. I've seen it that way too.
Yeah, they were, most of their undergarments were white. There's a lot of different reasons why they have that white color in there. I just can't think of all of them right now, but that, I'll tell you this much, it's unanimous. Everybody includes white in the tassels. Everybody. And there's a lot of reasons why. I gave you a handful of reasons, but there's a lot more.
Well, I've actually seen solid blue ones too. I have a friend that's up in Oklahoma.
Yeah, I've seen all kinds of colors. I've seen rainbow. I've seen pink, like you're saying. I've seen all blue, all purple, all red, all different kinds of colors. I've actually even seen black ones, man. So, that don't mean nothing. That just means there's a lot of confused people out there. And that's probably why this conversation's even more important, because we need to get rid of that confusion. I mean, who are they going to come to for answers if not to us, especially in the tribulation years? We all should be, we better be telling them the same thing. Oh, she said this and he said that. Now you're saying this. You're making me dizzy. I think you're all nuts. We don't want that. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I was thinking while you all are talking about this, he said the true worshipers of him will worship him in Ruach and in truth. And I'm thinking that it doesn't matter about those seats except for one purpose: obeying his command. So we're not his according to our outward appearance. It is because on the inner man of our hearts, we are representing Mashiach. We are the living words. We're the living epistle. We're walking in truth and in Ruach and in love. And that it's not about what colors, because his scripture in there that says that the king's daughter is glorious within. That means Yahusha within us, the indwelling. That we all, this is how we become one in his name. We're all Mashiach inwardly, and our actions portray that is what sets us apart. In Yahuwah, there is neither male nor female. So when we're going to, should a woman do this or one man, we're still in the flesh. We're not walking in the Ruach. We're still in the flesh. And we got to walk in the Ruach, where it's about like, I can recite the 10 commandments, but when it comes to being confronted with life's issues and with one another, can I exemplify them? And that's where the authority comes from. Because who should talk as one having authority? Because he was obedient at all times. That's where the authority comes from. That's what gives us the authority, is our obedience to what he says. He endures of his word, not hearers only. That Sitsi came before the indwelling was established. So if you, I'm not saying you don't have to wear them or that you wear them by choice. I'm saying that that's not really gonna make. That's not the obedience that he's looking for. He's looking for himself or Mashiach within us at all times. And every our reasoning. Remember when Yahushua was telling them, beware of the leaven of the Pharisees He said, beware of their hypocrisies. He was telling them, don't be saying one thing and doing another. In other words, it's not what you put into your body that defiles us. It's what comes out of our heart is what defiles us. Are we coming out of our heart with love, with kindness, seeking peace, pursuing goodness? Those are the real treasures. Am I walking like I'm saying this truly with fear in my heart? Because he says, serve him with fear and rejoice in trembling. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I'm not trying to twist his word, but I'm just saying in reality, it's all about manifesting him. That's why all of creation manifested. Who is going to manifest him? Who is going to demonstrate him at all times? I'm sorry. This is just something that I've been praying about for a couple of weeks. And your lesson that you brought last night was good and stuff. The only thing about the traditions is like these are the same people, even though Yahuwah said the Yehudim know the way, but they're the same ones that rejected him. So all of their traditions just don't amount to a hill of beans because they haven't believed on him who he has sent. That's number one. That's why they lose me. And having a reason why they do it. That's what Satan did, gave who a reason why she could go ahead and eat from the knowledge of good, eating good and evil. He gave her a reason to disobey idolatry. So they're going to say, oh, I'm doing this because of this, but I'm not going to believe on him who is sent. That puts a little question mark up on my mind.
That's good preaching, Sandra.
I apologize.
I appreciate it.
Now, as far as putting the head covering on, there's a lot of different ways. I had gotten these are cotton. They do have this on there, but that's not seen. The tassels that are on here are not seen because you put it underneath with it. But I have worn them tied up and around the head, and I've also worn it just hanging down like this. So and in different colors, that doesn't really matter on it either.
Okay, so I'm looking this up in Hebrew tradition about the tzitzits, try to gain some more information here. Okay, so when they would make them back in the ancient times, they would begin with all the threads were white. Then they would take one of the threads and they would dye it blue, and then they would weave the tzitzit. And they're saying that generally the reason white was used because it was usually always the same color of the garment that they were being attached to. So it was an extension of the garment. So if the garment was white, the tzitzit was white type thing. Okay. But they were all white to begin with, and they took the one string and dyed it blue. The other ones had no specific artificial dye attached to them. They just remained in their natural color of wool or cotton, whatever it was white. They didn't apply any dye to it. They simply take the natural undyed color of the material and made the tzitzits. Typically, they were made of white wool. Also symbolized purity. White spiritually signifies cleanliness, purity, action in keeping the commandment, and set apartness, which aligned with scriptural imagery of divine set apartness and a higher spiritual aspiration. And that's why the Hebrew left them white. So there you go. There's more reasons why they use white. Okay. And I'm not doing this to be a smart aleck or anything. I'm trying to get to the truth here and to some type of unity. Yahuwah is all about unity. He hates division. So it becomes an extremely important subject, really. So I don't know. I mean, anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? And Sandra's right. There's no difference between male and female in the kingdom of Yahuwah.
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely true. And that's why I say, and I'm very careful about saying, the women are excluded. They're not forbidden. In other words, if you want to wear tzitzits on your female garments, I can't find a reason why you cannot. But you don't have to. And I'll say this too. For any women out there that are doing it because they want to be like a man, that's out. You're crossing the line.
Yeah.
At that point. All right. So thoughts, comments, questions? Chance, go ahead.
I'm over here in Galatians chapter 3, verse 26. For you are all sons of Yahuwah through belief in the Mashiach, Yahusha. For as many of you as were immersed into Mashiach have put on Mashiach. There is not Yehudi nor Greek, there is not slave nor free, there is not male or female, you are all one in Mashiach.
Mm-hmm.
So the unity of belief, we all got to come together to that, man, and quit being tossed to and fro by all these strange winds of teaching, and just let us be built on that strong foundation, Yahusha, Mashiach. I agree with you on that. The unity needs to happen in the body. We need to come together.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, we have to. You know, really, if you think about it, if say you're a man and a woman, it's just a married couple. Okay, if the man's wearing them, the woman, why would the woman have to? You know, I mean, the other part of her is already wearing them. So really, you're both wearing them. Think about it that way. Go ahead, Phyllis.
That's exactly what my husband told me. He said, especially if we're here around the house, he's wearing them for us, you know. And the other thing I did want to say that to Hilith, I'm sorry, my brain gets confused, is closer to the word indigo, which includes blue and purple, both. And what? Sorry. So that's why he changed it to the word purple.
Yeah. And that's interesting. I think we would all like to hear why Lou did that, changed, because all the revisions all say blue for that last one.
That's what he just said. And
that's what he just
he's
said.
put it in he's also put it in his videos. Yeah, I just talked to him and that's what he just said.
Oh, I mean, was there a Hebrew word that he came across that he thought was better translated?
Tehilith.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
He said it's better translated as indigo.
Okay. So I guess, to be unified then would be, if we're going to wear tzitzits, they should be white and indigo. If we're all going to be in agreement, then we're going to go tell everybody if they ask us what they should do, then that's what we should tell them that they should do.
Well,
we shouldn't be opposed. I mean, I shouldn't say, yeah, they should be blue and white. Lou says they should be white and indigo, and Ross says they should be red, purple, and blue, and somebody else had some other colors they were throwing at us there, whoever that was. We shouldn't be doing all that, but people think we're cuckoo. if we do that. I said, what's wrong with that group? Them people are all nuts. They all have different answers for everything. Bunch of idiots over there. Go ahead, Chance.
Not to get too crazy with it. I personally don't wear a seat myself, but I would like to, just, you know, because I want to be reminded of the commands more often when I'm out and about. I want them things attached to me. But if scripture says blue, I'm kind of strong on that. You know what I mean? If that's what he says, it's blue. You know, no offense to anybody. I'm not trying to like beat up on anybody. But if Yahuwah says blue, I got to stay on his word. I got to stand on it. That's it, you know, for me. So that's where I would agree is blue's pretty safe for me. I mean,
no.
Different shades of it, I don't know. You know, you guys know more about that than I do, but it's about the heart. If your heart's pure in this matter, it's great before Yahuwah. You know, if our heart's, if we're wearing it, we understand what it is, and you know, we're following his word. I mean, that's where I'm at, you know.
Well, the Israeli flag is a light blue, right there behind my head. See it? It's that blue. And the look what Phyllis is holding up there, blue and purple.
Yeah, that way you got it covered.
Yeah, and I think the shades of the blue is irrelevant because, like Ross was saying, when it names a gem for each one of the tribes, it really isn't given a color. It's given a gem, a certain gem, okay? And those gems can have a variation of coloring or shades. Mm-hmm. So it really doesn't matter as long as it's the correct gem. The color's irrelevant. See that? So I think, like Chance was saying, if we all say you should make your zitzits white and blue, blue is the important color or gem. The shade of that blue, whether it be light blue, medium blue, dark blue, or blue inclining to purple as an indigo, is irrelevant as long as it's blue. See what I'm saying? Just like the gems. That's just a thought. Go ahead, Joel.
I was just going to say, I don't think anybody ought to be calling the police over it.
No, but it comes up, and it is a command, you know, and so it's something that we need to understand. Just like Chance was saying, you know, the commands are written in our heart under the renewed covenant, and the everlasting covenant. They're written on our hearts. Does that eliminate the command that we have to wear tzitzis to remind us to obey the commands when we are the walking Torah? When we have become the Torah ourselves and have the commands written on our heart and can verbally express them to others and teach the Besorah to Yahuwah without this in our hand, just at the top of our mind because he's living in us? See what I'm saying? So we need to understand both ways. We get to understand the principles here, and we need to be on the same page. And it's just something to think about. We don't have to make a decision right now about, but it's definitely something we should think about and consider.
To be real honest, though, I thought those pictures of those men and those women looked just fine. You know, they look like nice people. They didn't look like they were.
Well,
you know,
so does.
They didn't look like they were ready to break any windows. So.
No. But I've seen some really evil people that were dressed in suits and nice haircuts and looked like really good citizens, you know, and turned out to be mass murderers. So we can't go by, you know, it's not okay because they look like nice people. Again, we have to default back to the scriptures. We all have to be united in Yahusha. It doesn't matter what I think or what Sandra thinks or what anybody else thinks. What matters is what Yahuwah thinks. And that's the only way we can become united and be one body. We have to stop with the division. That's all I'm saying. We don't have to come to any conclusion. We do need to understand what's being presented here. It's just extremely important.
I understand.
Go ahead.
I understand all that. Like I said, that's how I was led to do it. You know, I was led to the colors where they were because there was no other color that was listed. So it made perfect sense for me to make it because of the way that it was represented, that blue, you know, the blue, the red, the purple. And so
Those people that say they were led to make them pink and yellow and polka dot.
That's not in scripture. This was in scripture. That's why I did it, you know.
Well,
As far as colors
were found in scripture when it was speaking of the tabernacle. Yeah. Right.
But we're the tabernacle, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. Go ahead, Chance.
Plus, you know, I've come into some difficulties out there when, you know, teaching, bringing the Basor and everything, and when there's other people's teachings, that if we're not all in the same unity of belief, you got one teaching this way, and then you got another teaching this way, and our goal is to bring everybody and shine that light so that the deliverance of Yahuwah can be revealed to them, Yahusha. And if, you know, if we're all not in that unity of belief, everything's distorted for them, and it's hard to shine that light. When Shaul was saying building on another man's foundation, you know, if we're not building on the same foundation, that's Yahusha, we end up, it's really hard to teach under that when we're all disorderly and we're not in the same mind and the same belief. We're all torn about, and it's really hard to bring Basor onto them circumstances, because now you're having to put somebody else's foundation down so you can build it up right. If we all, like, for example, Yahuwah is Yahusha, but if you go to somebody that's been told by another one that Yahuwah is not Yahusha, look at what you got going on there. You know how hard that is to combat. This has got to be revealed to them, but you know what I mean? Example, that's just an example. We all got to be built up into that unity of belief there.
Yeah, unity is extremely important. Look at this now. This is going to prove my point. The Ancient One, the Alien 818 says, for me, blue represents Yahuwah, purple, the Antichrist, and whore in the Revelation. And it does say that the whore, Mystery Babylon, is riding the scarlet and purple beast. So scarlet and purple can actually be understood as colors of the anti-Messiah.
Wow.
By the way, anti-Messiah inclines Messiah, by the way, which means there's going to be two Messiahs coming.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have different names. That's a great... See what I'm saying now? I was thinking that, but I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to flip people out, but I'm glad he put that up there.
Yeah, I'm glad too.
Go ahead, Joe.
Somebody might want to crucify me for this, but that second beast is actually talking about the U.S., I think.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah,
I'll crucify you for that one. You know I was going to jump on that
I'm sure
one.
you would.
I still love you though. All right. I actually did a video not long ago about going through all the different signs or clues that leads up to who Mystery Babylon is, and we totally eliminated the United States and Israel. It actually, every single one of the clues pointed toward Rome as being the fourth avatar. So we proved that. It's on one just a couple weeks ago. So one of the videos, Joe, maybe you missed it. Check that one out. It's pretty good.
You're give it a watch, but the evidence is there.
Yeah, I give evidence in the scriptures that proves it's not. So the United States gets eliminated really quick, man. And then Rome and Israel kind of goes neck to neck. And then all of a sudden, bam, we eliminate Israel. And Rome just takes them all, fills all the clues. So, yeah, you have to watch the video, man. That's a pretty in-depth conversation.
They're on the first beast bidding, So.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's just leave that. Unless anybody else has anything else they want to say about this, it's or unity. Do y'all ever read the prophecy about unity, the two sticks?
Mm-hmm.
Have y'all ever read that in Ezekiel? Very powerful, man. Prophecy. Two-stick prophecy in Ezekiel. If you haven't read it, check it out. One stick is unity, the other stick is pleasantness. It's a very good one, man. Really good one.
How about that song again?
You want to play her that song again? Yeah, I'll play it. I like it.
And then plant the seed. That one too.
Hey, I gotta go put these little children down. I love you all.
Yeah, I'm going to say goodbye before that happens.
Thank you.
All
nice seeing you all today.
Love you all.
See y'all tomorrow.
Love you all.
Love you.
All right. Let me see. Should be able to get it up here again. Yep, there it is. So here we go. The Consuming Fire by Branches of Yah.
From the heights of Sinai, the mountains shake at the sound of the name that the heavens make. A pillar of cloud to lead through the day, but the night reveals your majestic way. A wall of fire surrounding your home, a blazing light from the emerald throne. You are the consuming fire, burn away the dross in our heart's desire. Set apart the eternal King, to the creator of all our spirits sing. So let the incense rise as your set apart flame falls down from the sky. You answered by fire in Elijah's days, when the stones and the water dissolved in the praise. No idol can stand, no lie can do, when the breath of your ruach blows, set apart and pure. Your word is a hammer, your voice is a spark, shattering kingdoms and piercing the dark. You are the consuming fire, burn away the dross and our heart's desire. Set apart the eternal King, to the creator of all our spirits sing. Purify the altar, let the incense rise as your set apart flame falls down from the sky. refiner's fire, come clean us within. Write your Torah on our hearts, wash away the sin. Let the fire fall. Let the fire fall. Answer from the heavens as your people come. You are the consuming fire. Burn away the dross in my heart's desire. Set apart, the eternal King to the creator of all life. Spirit sing, purify the altar. Let the incense rise as your set apart flame falls down from the Your fire brings light. Your fire brings light. We stand in your truth. Ready for the fight. Baruch atah Yahuwah. The first and the last. The flame burns forever. The shadows have passed. Hallelujah.
I love that song.
That's a cool song, man.
It is.
I like the lyrics, man. The lyrics are fantastic. So what does that mean? Baruch atah Yahuwah.
Bless you, Yahuwah.
Yeah, bless you, Yahuwah. All right, really cool, man.
Did you find that other one?
What was the name of it? Grain something.
Oh, wait. Plant the seeds.
Oh, plant the seed. What in the world? Oh.
Then there's also that one that you had that was I don't remember. It sounded like this song that we just had on.
Oh,
And,
yeah. Bread alone. Yeah, bread alone.
that one. Yeah. I like that one a lot.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You don't have too many like these songs at all.
No, not too many around.
I look forward to you joining us at our next
Every time
investor
I find
webinar,
one,
where you can drill deeper into our
I'll save it. Let's see what's going on. Yeah.
9 to 13% annual interest rate.
There's one I like too, Shemual. Okay, so let me see if I can find it now. It's a good song too.
The words I like into that one. It's a little bit fast.
What's it called again?
Plant the seed. Yahuwah Praise, I think, is who it's by.
There it is. Okay. I found it. Okay, here you go.
Plant the seed, let it grow. Say Yahuwah, let it flow. Plant the seed, let it fall. One seed can change it all. Say his name, say his name, say it clear, say it clear. Watch it move, watch it move, watch it bloom. Plant the seed, do your part, do your part. Let it reach every heart. Plant the seed, let it grow. Say Yahuwah, let it flow. Plant the seed, let it fall, let it fall. One seed can change it all. I speak the word, I do not hesitate. Aim on my lips every step I take. When I say Yahuwah, it does not return. Words carry life when they are spoken and heard. You may not see what begins to move, but the root goes deep when it touches truth. But small holds power inside. A forest can live where a seed resides. You may never see how far it goes, but that is not yours to control. Plant the seed, let it grow. Say Yahuwah, let it flow. Plant the seed, let it fall. One seed can change it all. Say his name, say his name, say his name, say it clear. Watch it move, watch it bloom, watch it bloom. Hey, hey, hey. Plant the seed, do your part. Let it reach every heart, 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 heart. Some will hear and walk away. Some will carry it another day. Then another voice comes and waters it. Now it is growing and I cannot ignore it. I do not measure what I cannot see. I just move how he instructed me. From my mouth to the open air. Four corners, we will take it there. Truth does not die when it is released. It multiplies like the smallest seed. You may plant it and never know, but that one word can start the growth. Even if you never see the fruit, you still did what you were sent to do. Oh, plant the seed, let it grow. Say Yahuwah, let it go, let it go, let it go. Plant the seed, let it fall, let it fall. One seed can change it all. Say his name, say his name, say his name, say it clear. Watch it move, watch it bloom, watch it bloom. Hey, yeah. Plant the seed, do your part, let it reach every heart, 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 heart. Some plant, some water, but the increase belongs to Yahuwah. So say it with boldness, because one seed can outlive you. Plant the seed, let it grow. Say Yahuwah, say Yahuwah, say Yahuwah, let it go, let it go. Plant the seed, let it fall, let it fall. One seed can change it all. To the north, to the south, to the east, to the west. Say his name, give your best, let it live in every breath. Plant the seed, say his name. Plant the seed, say his name.
I love that one because of the words.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like the beat to it.
Well, I'm choreographing a dance to that, so it hit my heart when I first heard it.
Pay attention, because this right here, the buy one, get one free deal on Vanish holsters, is soon going to be a little bit pricey.
Okay. I can't find that other one, so we'll just stop there. All right, you guys, any other thoughts, comments, or questions at all? Anything y'all want to talk about?
Well,
Going once. What? Good.
Well, 7:00, be there or be square. Yeah. Yahuwah's breath, a new beginning.
You going DJ?
Huh?
You gonna be doing some DJing?
Yeah. It's a blast. It really
Much
is.
love,
It's a
everyone.
blast.
Gotta go.
See you guys.
Bye,
See ya.
Mark. Much. Bye, June and Joe. Nice to see you again. Eh? How was your cruise ship?
Everything was great. Everything was great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Praise Yahusha.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bye.
bye,
Yeah.
Tandra. Bye, Raz. Bye, Mark.
We love you. Love you.
All right, anybody else? Going once, going twice. Joe, get us out of here, man.
Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
Kabab Hashem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. Baruch haba b'shem.
Good to see you, Mark.
Ani aha.
Sandra, Ron.
You all as well.
See y'all later. We're glad you got to hang in there, Mark, and you didn't get to drop off today.
Well, I dropped off at the beginning, but then it took me a little bit to get it back on. Unfortunately,
Well, good.
it is what happens.
All right.
Always good
All right.
to see you, though.
See y'all later. And
Oh
see
yeah,
y'all
you
at
as
7.
well.
Love you.
Bye. Love y'all.
I love you
Bye.
too.
Yep.